No, we ain't been recording. I just turned it on. That was pre-stage, and then once we're ready, then I'll hit record on it. And yeah, so this is the podcast. Booger said he wanted to do just talking shit, but
yeah, that's all we do is talk shit.
it is what it is. I'm trying to get Micah in here. I done sent him the link and stuff. I don't know if he's gonna get set up and come in. So
probably not knowing Micah.
He said he's over. He said he was over at his shop right now. So is what it is. So you were saying that Total Wireless is who?
Chuck, Uncle Chuck's over on Michigan Ave and Harbor Freight parking lot in Jackson, Michigan.
All right. Yeah, so Boog's up in Jackson. I'm up north of Jackson. And my brother's down that way. We'll try to get him in too. But this is going to be the podcast. Figure we just run it with just talking the way that we do, man.
Whatever.
Do what?
Nothing. We talk cars, dogs, whatever.
Yeah, it's good though to have. If I'm being real about it, it's hard to find a good podcast that's like that, because you can't really find content that way to where it's like not any subject in particular. I mean, obviously you got the Rogan podcast out there. Do you watch Rogan or not, Bo?
Once in a while, not much.
Once in a while. Yeah, man. I tried keeping up on the table. Yeah. Which one's that? What's that?
About drag racing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think, man, I'll try keeping up on Kill Tony. I haven't watched that in a long time, but that's like a comedy thing. And then the Rogan podcast. Dude, he gets some people on there that are something different, man. It's a whole nother level. And
definitely.
Yeah, so that's one thing. I think it's hard to compete with him on that level as a podcast or any podcast because of that. And
I mean, but how long has he been doing it?
Yeah, he's been doing it forever, though. Yeah, that's true. You got all the connections and stuff. But, you know, just having a podcast, you can talk about anything, do anything, sit back and chill and do that kind of whole thing and just listen to us. It's kind of hard not to put on my YouTube voice or my podcast voice, really, when I'm doing these. So I do podcasts, too, on my dog hunting channel. Boog's got the Boog Racing channel. My brother's got the Beagle hunting channel. And, you know, we're trying to get something put together here to where we can run a good podcast. And I if I'm being honest, between you and Micah, you guys know enough people down around there. You could get a bunch of different guys on here too. So the StreamYard does, I don't know how many the free version does, but you can get like a bunch of people in here. As long as everybody is taking turns talking, it's not a problem. I was doing I did country rap shit, and I also did hickorbilly shit. So that's country rap podcast I was doing with those guys too. Well, I guess they're more like a live stream, but I was doing that for a while too with those guys. And I don't know. So Booger said he picked him up. He overpaid for a motor. Did what? Yeah. He said he overpaid. He said they got him, dude. They got him for about $400,000 on a 62.
Hey, what do you do?
Yeah, I know it, right? So I'm gonna check for him. He ain't jumping in here. But anyway, Booger, take this. Start us off on something here. I'm just trying to fill air and fill space here, but what do you think's a good?
I know we just, man.
Yeah, I know. I think the problem is you got to be entertaining though. You can't just look funny, booger.
That ought to be entertaining enough. Yeah, no, I bought a pickup motor today.
Yeah.
6.2.
Okay.
I don't know.
What it make on
I
the
don't know.
dyno? What'd you say it made on a dyno? Or you don't know?
655.
655.
At the flywheel.
Now, see, for them 6.2s, man, or them LS motor, right? Yeah. Them are, some of them, dude, they come with like crazy horsepower anyway, compared to like the older stuff. So, like 450 horsepower, they're about for a lot of them.
Well,
It
it
don't take a
depends on
whole
what one
lot.
you get. You get the supercharged one.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know they did a super. Well, I guess they would do that
Yeah.
in certain packages, but all right. So I got
Aspirated. I'm just gonna throw a couple turbos on it and
yeah.
go down all the
So
way to 4 Camaro. That's almost as bad as a 5th gen.
almost,
Almost.
almost. So I got a question, man. Do you think that everybody goes like, I'm gonna get the LS from the junkyard? What do you think, like the risk and reward versus just buying a crate LS versus getting it out of the junkyard? What is like? I mean,
Depends
obviously they
on
can be.
your depends on your tuning skills.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Let's be honest. If you don't know how to tune or ain't got a good tuner, you're gonna spend a whole lot of money on nothing trying to
Right.
figure it out. So you better off go get a junkyard motor for a few $100.
How much
And
boost do you think you can run on a stock ECM or PCU?
I don't know, honestly, because there's not really a lot of controllability from what I understand on the stock shit.
Right. But they do got
Um,
some. I don't know how adaptable they are. I think guys are putting 10 pounds to a stock system, maybe flash it with a ticket and have it flashed, and put a little bit of a tune in it to correct it a little bit. Or they got chips too, man. So one big thing, I think it took a long time, man, but I worked on Boog for such a long time, getting him switched off of the old school Chevys onto the LS stuff. How's that been?
definitely learning curve.
Yeah,
I know
I mean,
carburetors and distributors.
yeah, man. So do you think it's worth the trouble to carburate an LS?
It ain't really that bad of much trouble to carburet one, but
But you got to do the different intake on it, right? And then you got to, and then that I
there's
think
a lot
though.
of things you can do. A lot of things a lot of people don't know they can do to make an LS run with a carburetor.
Hmm. Dude, you know what I just
You
really
can
seen on?
relatively do that for the price of an intake, a carburetor, and a decent little fuel pump.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure like the intake swap to go from a fuel injected to a carbureted. I'm pretty sure the just the intake for that's like 650, like $650.
And when you buy it, because you can buy one off Amazon for 150, under 150.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll say I always was curious about doing it that way too, because the LSs they just come with more horsepower off rip, and then is that only because it's fuel injected, or is that just because the motor?
It's because let's be honest, they took 100 years of racing technology, and
Right.
that's what they did. I mean, you can go buy a set of 15-degree heads for a small block Chevy and a set of pistons, and that's
Dude.
basically all an LS is.
Okay. But them heads are going to cost you money, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. The heads are going to cost you quite a bit of money compared to the LS stuff. Because I was in the same kind of boat. I mean, I haven't built nothing yet, but thinking about,
buy a good set of aftermarket LS heads is going to cost you.
yeah, that's true. But do they need it?
I mean, your head is your horsepower. Your head, your cam, and your intake. The bottom end is nothing more than a pump.
All right, let's put a cap on it, because obviously, depending on how fast you want to go, depending on what you want to change on it, obviously, getting to you need heads to get to make 600. You think?
I don't know. Depends on dyno.
Oh, that's yeah. So
It's you can do 525. They say relatively easy. Do I know
whoa,
for a
dude.
fact? No. I mean, I see it all the time on Richard Hoder's channel, but
Yep. To shout out to that guy too, dude, because he's the one that does all the dyno stuff, right?
yeah,
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 so he builds all these. If anybody hasn't seen those videos before, he does all these combinations, all these cam swaps, all these head swaps, carburetor swaps, all kinds of stuff. And he changes these motors and does these builds to the same block and dynos it and dynos it and dynos it and goes specifically through where it changes, what it does. And he's actually pretty smart about putting combos together that he puts them together and they make more, right? So I was really big into his channel for a while too, and this is where it really first started on to the LS stuff myself. And like I said, I haven't built anything yet, but this is where I was going with it. And I think if you just do, I could be completely wrong on this, but if you're taking a newer gen LS and you put the cam and the heads to the older gen, you'll make 500 just by putting a LS9 cam and heads onto a huh?
But I'm not a fan of the LS9 cam.
Right. Did you start with that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, you started with that on the single turbo setup.
I ran it on dual twin turbo setup too, and it wasn't.
Right. It didn't do so hot.
No, I mean after $4,000, 4,000 RPMs, it was turned on, but below that, it just
Yeah,
for
but
me.
you were running the four whatever, not the
4.8.
five. Yeah, you're running the 4.8. You weren't running the 5.3. So the 4.8 higher RPM.
Time until somebody sabotaged me.
Yeah.
I mean,
So which one did he do to the 5.3?
yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I mean everybody runs the 5.3s or the 4.8s. The 4.8s have higher RPM ranges, right?
yeah, they'll push higher. It's got a smaller
Yeah.
stroke,
Yeah, I think
longer
they go out
ride.
7-8 grand instead of 6, 7, 8 grand, whatever it is, for the 5.3s. So the I think for your 4.8, when you had a single turbo on it with the LS9 cam in it, you were running into problems with it or something. What was you running into on that? You said when bottom end wasn't too good, huh?
He couldn't get No boost, even on the brake. I did a
Yeah.
cam swap and got 10 pounds right on the brake. Didn't change nothing but a cam.
Yeah. What was the power band on the cam though?
I don't know, because the LS9 made decent power. That was a supercharged motor, which is the problem with the LS9 cam on a turbo motor is
Right.
it's got such a wide load separation.
So, I think there's a way to build them to where you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? You'll cap yourself off. Like, this is the wagon that I'm on. This is a 500 horsepower build, 650 horsepower build, and that's it. That's all I'm making out of it, and that's what it does. Or you can build them in a way to where it's like, how much do you want? Do you want 450 all the way up to 1500 or beyond, right? And that's what I think the LS stuff is intriguing in that way. I don't want to jump into the LS stuff if I build, so I want to go with the small block Chevy stuff, just because I think it's not really fair, or it's not the right thing or right way to do it, to just jump straight to the LS stuff, do the small block Chevy stuff. I think I had an idea before the LS stuff came along, that I wanted to build a small block Chevy a certain way. Never got around to it. Then it transformed into the LS stuff, and then I'm just sitting here going, I can build the LS stuff, but I still want to build that small block Chevy stuff. And then it's like, carburate the LS, and you'll get what you would get out of a really well built small block Chevy for a carbureted LS, and still not have to fool with the fuel mapping and all that stuff too.
I mean, I don't know. Um, I'm not sold on that.
No,
No.
think you just jump straight to all that stuff, huh?
Well, no, I'm saying I'm not sold on you're going to get more power going LS than small block. Depends
Well, if you
on.
so this is where and I get that, because you can build a really really strong small block Chevy, right? Like, there's no doubt about that. And but if you just went straight, like, let's say you want to build 500 horsepower, okay, you're 50, you're bolt on adders away from 500 on a LS versus typical small block Chevys. You're talking full rebuild, aftermarket parts, all that to get to the 5, and then you're capped with the block, right? You're capped with the block at the 500 mark is what people you typically say. Anything
Yeah.
over 5 for your internals and all that, right? So unless you're
Yeah.
gonna in a small block Chevy, what do you think they'll handle?
I've seen them handle quite a bit, honestly.
I'm talking stock internals, like stock crank, stock pistons, or connecting rods and all that.
I've seen people claim they made 700 on stock cast crank.
Maybe they did it once. I don't know.
I mean, no, they
I mean,
claim
I don't
to.
know.
I mean, I don't know. I've never seen the dyno, but
Right.
I wasn't there, I mean, but they claim it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, see, that's the. I mean, what can you pick up a small block Chevy, a long block for? I mean, next to nothing anymore.
I mean, NASCAR makes 950 on a 358.
Okay. You got to tell me more about this. I ain't heard nothing about this stuff.
358 cubic inch small block Chevy.
Yeah, but it's like billet block and everything, right?
No, it ain't. No.
No, what about it? But the
The
okay,
heads they
so
got.
if you're talking just pure, just the heads off, but that's what I'm talking about though, the heads.
Heads, cans, pistons. Well, I mean, to run the heads that they run in NASCAR, you got to buy a set of pistons because you ain't gonna run them in without.
Okay, but they do
And
that
they're
on a
low
358,
compression.
low compression. You said.
Well, they're usually flat tops or dish pistons.
Yeah.
Or SB2 heads, you know what I mean? But buy a set of new SB2 heads, they're like 12 grand. Or
So that's another thing too. Just stock across the board. Old Chevys, they do what? Flat top or dish, right? Then on the LS stuff, I think they got the raised area on them.
no,
No, is it a dish piston?
they're flat top dish.
They're flat top
Same
too.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's when you get to playing with like the putting 4.8 heads on a 5.3, or you know taking
You
a.
can, what most people do is 4.8 piston in a 5.3. So you
Right.
go from a dish piston to a flat top.
Oh, you said the piston.
The heads are usually the same. So
Oh,
from a
okay.
4.8 to a 5.3.
See, I thought that the it was smaller CC on the 4.8 than it was on a 5.3 head. That's why when you put the 4.8 head on a 5.3, it
No, they're the
helps your
same head.
compression.
They're the
Okay.
same bore, everything. They just got different stroke and different ride.
All right. Learn something every day, eh? So you put. So what you're saying is, if you take a 5.3 and you put a flat top piston on it, that's all the difference that it makes. Why they put
You
4.8
don't get
heads on a 5.3.
you're gonna
Does
get
the
10 and a half. So, yeah, that's
That's it.
really the only difference.
So when they're saying put the 4.8 heads on a 5.3, that's not doing anything.
No,
What they should be saying is put the 4.8 pistons in a 5.3.
you gotta change over to the 5. You gotta change the piston from the 4.8 rod to the 5.3 rod because the 4.8 rod is longer
Okay. Oh, I
because
get you.
the 4.8's got a shorter stroke.
Shorter stroke. That would lower compression.
These strokes,
So the 5D strokes to 5.3.
yeah.
So the 5.3 is a stroked 4.8. Okay. So,
Actually, they share the same block. If you look at a 5.3 block and a 4.8 block, they say 5.3 or 4.8/5.3.
oh really? I didn't even know that, man. See, I just get on here, try to soak up information, learn what I can. I mean, I can talk a little bit of sense, but there's certain stuff like that right there. I couldn't even have told you that. I probably couldn't even find that anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? That's like a nugget of information.
It's out there.
Well, I haven't came across it. I don't know if I ever dug hard enough to come across it myself, but So back to the whole thing. A lot of guys will go spend money to build a small block to make the same horsepower that the stock LS makes, but the small blocks are carbureted or throttle bodied or TBI, and then LSs are fuel injected.
You can make a small block fuel injected.
Well, yeah, you can, but I think that's holding a lot of guys back too. Is like that's what you hear, dude. I mean, obviously, it's a big jump. You made the big jump, dude, from carbureted stuff, running a carburetor, to running the fuel injected. And then the fuel mapping whole situation, dude. Like you said, you got to have a good tune in them and all that kind of stuff. But if you want to make,
but
I don't know.
It's no different than a carburetor. I mean, you just ain't gonna bolt a carburetor on and make horsepower.
Right. I mean, right. It just goes
or
like
make it run right or safe. You know, I mean, you gotta mess with the jetting and everything, and power valves.
So, how much horsepower do you think you need to make on a LS before you actually need a fuel map in it? Before you actually need to tune?
Pretty much anything you do.
Anything overstock.
Anything you do. If you put a cold air intake, you might have to
tune them.
Retune it.
So I think a lot
do and don't, but to get it right, you should.
So another big thing here too is a lot of guys don't realize that the electronic shift, right? So when you go to messing with the LS with that electronic shift in them, that'll mess up your shift points and do all that kind of stuff. So you need to get that flash, like that needs to be tuned too, is your shifting points and all that stuff. So you run manual on LS, right? And then, well, not a manual. What is it that you got? Automatic.
Well body trans brake. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you run an automatic manual kind of deal.
I can shift it manually.
No, because you don't have a clutch in yours. No. Right.
But I have to shift it or it won't shift.
Right. So it's like it's locked out, so it can't shift itself, but it's an automatic. Right. Exactly. So you don't really got to worry about that electronic shift stuff with your shift points and all that. You actually just shift it, right? But if you're, let's just say I'm a guy, I go out and I buy LS vehicle. It's got a 5.3 in it, 5-speed, 4L60, whatever comes in them, which is a whole nother story. You go to bolting onto that 5.3, you're gonna also have to deal with tuning the transmission solenoid too, right?
A little bit. Depends on what you do.
Right. So that no, and there is a way that people run the like turbo 350s and all that stuff. Those older automatic transmissions on them. It's just like a spacer bolt, like they put on the crank, and then that lets your right, yeah, on a flywheel or something. Man, see, it's been so long since I even talked about this stuff. It's hard to even think about a lot of it. But you go, that's kind of where it's at. So this is a question that I've had thought about asking for a long time, and this one is your drive shaft. How world, are y'all cutting them up and welding them back together? Are you ordering custom drive shafts? What's going on here?
Drive shaft.
Huh? Do
You
what?
need a good drive shaft if you're making any power.
Right. So you're not building them or chopping them up. You're buying them. Right. Because that's always another big thing. Because when you think about engine swaps, a lot of
Well,
it's really
you gotta get the right size drive shaft. You
right.
can't just order or throw in a drive shaft.
Yeah. See, there's so much of the stuff that goes into this stuff.
They got horsepower ratings for drive shaft.
Right. So
Really, it ain't even horsepower ratings. It's more of an RPM. Because you can get into critical speed on a drive shaft and it'll blow apart.
Yeah. So if we were going to take turbo 350 transmission and we're going to swap it out for 4L60, whatever, 4L80, any other transmission, and we need a longer or shorter drive shaft for that, we're going to order custom drive shaft or order the correct link drive shaft for it, correct RPM rating for it. So all of this stuff, it all translates all the way through. So unless you get something that is a bolt-in, right? So there's not really a lot of that for transmissions like there is for the motors, is there? Or am I just making shit up?
I mean, depends on what you got going on. I mean, most turbo 350s, the 4L60s are, depending on what you originally had, might be the same length.
Right. Okay.
But that factory drive shaft ain't going to hold up.
How much? Factory drive shaft talking to. We like to talk about factory internals, how much horsepower. Well, if stock internals on a motor take, how much will a stock drive shaft take?
It hooks real good with enough power.
And just
Or say you
fucking
spin it fast enough.
and it shreds apart. Yeah. So yeah, man. A lot of this stuff is people get really stuck on the motor stuff when they're talking about thinking about building this stuff, and then it's like you get so far into it, you go, oh well, torque converter, oh well, drive shaft, oh bell housing, oh like all this stuff factors into it too. Rear ends.
And nobody thinks about safety.
Nope, they just want to go faster.
Unless they're actual drag racers. I mean, nobody thinks about safety. They just want to go fast in their
Yep.
brand new 2010 Camaro. Yeah.
How? So we've had this conversation at some point in time along and you building your car, and it's like at a certain point in time, you have to go a different route as far as that exactly. What are you giving up to go faster, and how much faster can you go without giving up the other side of this? Because if you're coming from like street strip, like a street car versus a drag car, right? There's a line there somewhere that you have to make the jump over, right? You have to make the jump over. There's only so much horsepower that a car is going to take with stock suspension, with stock rear ends, with stock, drive shafts, with not being tubbed out, with not having a roll cage in it, with, without weight reduction. There's a certain threshold there, and it's a line I think people get. It's really confusing and hard to pick that line. You have to kind of like pick a lane at a certain point. I'm going to stay in this lane, or I'm going to go to this lane. It's like, yeah, dude, you can street drive a 1500 horsepower car, but you're not going to street drive a 1500 horsepower car without a roll cage and without tubbing it and all that whole thing. Or what do you think? Huh?
You'd be surprised how many people do
Well,
it.
but right. So like at a certain point, your car's going to be fast enough, dude. You got to put the right brakes on it. You can't just go fast and not have the proper brakes. Like if we're going drum brakes, you need to switch. You need to disc brake it. You can't just 1500 horsepower on drum brakes. You know what I mean? You need like vented slotted rotors. You can't just run them same old stocks. You need bigger calipers. Like when you're building a car, if I were to just go out here in the street and I were just to buy any old car, right? Like any old rear wheel drive car that will take a V8 motor, and doing 500 horsepower in that is probably not a big deal, right? In my opinion, doing 500 to the crank, not to the wheels, right? So if we're doing 500 horsepower to the crank in a stock car, that's probably all the more that you want to do.
No, not even that. I mean, I don't know. Over the years, safety has been more of a thing than I'd rather overbuild on safety.
Right.
I mean, everything I ever started out to build had the safety before the motor was ever done. Other than the Camaro the first time, but
Yeah. No, it's not fun, man. I think I've been in enough close calls in vehicles, dude, that I'm that way about it. There's something about me that even thinks like, dude, you better got your wits about you and your shit together if you even want to go a little bit fast, because it's not really worth falling apart going down a road, not being able to stop or something like that, or blowing brake lines, or just doing any number of things that could happen, and then you're in a tree, that, or you're rolled over in a ditch or something. That's always a possibility, even when you're normal driving without having a souped up car, without having horsepower on your car. That's always a thing, man. I mean, that one time, man, you spun out on the highway over there, man. I was laughing my ass off, and I was funny as shit. But at the same time, it was like, it was like, okay, okay, we didn't even fucking hit anything, and it's just like,
doing
that's how
55.
doing 55, exactly, doing 55 miles an hour, man, and it's like,
Rear end locks up.
imagine you're doing a $150 and your rear end locks up, man. You know what?
You have been doing about 50.
Huh?
I said, I don't think in them road conditions you'd have been doing $150.
No, but I mean, maybe, maybe, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, 'cause even, dude, man, it's just so kind of like, if I was gonna if I was gonna go pick up an old car and I was gonna motor swap it to put any type of horsepower in it over stock, what it came with, all new brake lines. like you probably want to do new brake lines on it, at least if it's an older car, and make sure that you ain't got rust spots in your brake lines and stuff, because it's not really hard to blow brake lines, dude. And so that's a big thing, man. If you're gonna go fast, you gotta stop fast. And I think everybody kind of gets that idea too. And I don't think,
Like this, if you're gonna build a race car,
huh?
if you're gonna build a race car,
Yeah.
start with safety first.
Well, I think right.
I don't care if you
Don't
plan on going 1250s. Put an 8-second cage in that son bitch.
right.
I mean, that's my theory.
So, man.
Because you're only gonna go 1250 so long, and then it's gonna get slow, and you're gonna
Right.
get bored and want to go faster.
Yeah. Start off with the. See, that's one thing too. And it took me kind of a long time because I was like, dude, why are you doing that? You ain't even going that fast yet.
You do you many times.
Yeah, I know it. But I think it was
You don't need that much cage.
not yet. But I always said yet, and it's just kind of like, but you always hit, and this is the whole back and forth thing. It's like, yeah, like what you just said. Even if you're going to go 12, put an 8-second cage in it because you're going to get there, right? And it's like, it's really easy to. I don't want to say it's cutting corners, but it's really easy to settle in the opinion of that, right? It's like, yeah, I got a car, it's stock, and I want to put 600 horsepower in it. Not a big deal, especially, as long as we got everything working good. It's not like rusted out and the frame's not rusted. And, there's not like any imminent safety dangers with that car. When I put 600 in it at the crank, I'll say again at the crank, then it's like, you can get away with that. There's probably nothing a whole lot wrong with that. But like you said, once you get that, you're gonna want more, and you're gonna want more, and you're gonna want more. And so this is a big question here. How fast do you think you got to get your car to go before you're gonna move on to a different car? Or how well built or well prepared are you for that horsepower climb? Because with the LS stuff and a turbo stuff, you're jumping hundreds of horsepower very quickly with just a few parts. Like you're capped. I can't pump 40 pounds of boost to this thing because it's stock internals. I mean, I could, but how long will it last? But if you're wanting to do that, then you should build for that, even though you can't do that right now. That's kind of what you're saying too.
You got to build what your budget afford.
Right. So that's another thing, dude. People get choked out by that budget, man. I think that's a rough one. That list grows quick, man.
Let's start finding aftermarket stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, before I switched to the LS stuff, I ended up with a little M dirt block for a small block, and I went to the LS stuff for some dumb reason.
Power.
Well, I mean, I had a lot of good small block Chevy stuff, but at the time I didn't understand that EFI. So, or not much know that I could put that on a small block Chevy, or I might have never switched.
Oh, you're saying if you would have started putting fuel injection on a small block stuff, you'd have stayed with the small block stuff.
Probably because I had some pretty good small block stuff.
So what do you think? If I'm going to say this, then you tell me what you think about this. You got to pay money for aftermarket parts to get the same performance as stock parts when you're talking small block Chevy and LS. Huh?
You got the cam, but you can find cams.
Well, yeah, cam's given, I think. Yeah, but when you're talking a cam, you can still take a stock LS cam and put it, just like the LS9 stuff we were talking about, and put it in an older model and make more power. Or, I don't know if it's an older model. Is that like a...
It's older.
Yeah, okay. So it is the older generation. Like, you take a newer gen cam and put in an older gen LS and make more power. Still talking stock parts. We're not talking aftermarket stuff. Unless you're shooting to put 40 to it.
Take like a stock 6.2. It had, depending on what it was in, it had a monster cam for a small block Chevy. I mean, you take a manual 6.2 in a 2010 Camaro, it had a 550 lift cam. You could barely get a 550 lift cam in a small block Chevy. Unless you went hydraulic roller or something, but
yeah, you're kind of limited. You're big. So a lot of guys they were kind of cutting in between there. They were going, roller cams, roller lifters, that whole thing for the small block stuff to squeeze extra lift into them and make them more power. But when you're talking about, you can take you can take the stock Vortex stuff, right? You can take the Vortex stuff, which I think is LS base, and you take the Vortex stuff and put it on a small block Chevy and make more power. But there's like caveats to that, like the head, the angles are different on them. Is it the not the head bolts? Intake bolts are different angles on them. That whole kind of thing. And so you put Vortex heads on a small block Chevy, then you got to run a aftermarket intake, but you're getting all that performance by going from...
You just got more compression.
More compression.
The Vortex heads and that on a small block Chevy really limited you to a lot.
They flow better though, right?
Well, like cam lift and all that. You could only put so much.
Yeah.
Such a big.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't put bigger springs and all that in them. I mean.
So the Vortex head, so we're talking like budget of the budget versus spending money, any amount of money, to go straight stock to stock stuff with maybe only having to buy like one adder, like the intake or something like that. When you're talking, take one for a Vortex head, they're trapped at like what, $495 lift.
They might have been able to get a 510 or I forget.
Yeah, I think yeah, you do the Vortex heads with like the honeycomb springs in them, and you might be able to squeeze 500 and something out of them for lift. But the way that everybody's like adding this all, so we're starting off at 250 with small block Chevy, typical 258, whatever horsepower, going to the rollers and the roller cam stuff, that adds horsepower. Going to the Vortec heads, they flow better, that adds horsepower. Going to the bigger lift cam, that adds horsepower. Going to an aftermarket intake adds horsepower. It's just like that's the easiest way to take a small block Chevy and make it a stock LS is to put the Vortex stuff on a small block Chevy. But why wouldn't you just stay with the Vortex stuff? Because it's fuel injected.
Vortex. Everybody's got different versions of Vortex. I mean, some people call the LF a Vortex because it says Vortex, which is a whole different design.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't put an LF head on a small block. And you take the small block Vortex, which was like 96 to 97, 98.
Yeah, it's like an in between year.
Like I said, you're limited on what you can do, and you don't really make a whole lot more horsepower per compression as you do. It helps, don't get me wrong, but
right
with compression, there's a lot more to, you know what I mean?
Mm.
You gotta run fuel. You go from 9 to 1 compression to 10.5, you gotta run better fuel. Or 11 to 1, just depending on what that
What's the
head made.
11 to 1's the max, right, for pump gas?
President Trump has extended an olive branch to the Iranian regime. He is giving them 94, but it depends on which the Vortex heads were all cast iron, so therefore you really no. It's like 10.
Okay. 10 to 1. That keeps you on pump gas, which you can get more lift out of those Vortex heads. And a lot of guys did this as machining down what the man.
You couldn't really on the Vortex head.
Huh?
You could other heads, but you couldn't really on the Vortex head.
Get higher compression out of them.
No, put a bigger lift.
Yeah, so without machining, I can't remember what the hell it is. It's the valve seat stem.
Spring, or your valve spring sets.
Yeah.
They would hog that out on most heads, but you really couldn't on a Vortex head.
Mm-hmm. Because it allows that to go down farther or some shit. Dude. What do you think outside of maybe an S10? Easiest car to start off with that not going to kill you in the weight department. It could be a new model car too. Not going to kill you in the weight department. It's going to have pretty much decent stock everything to put decent power in it. A decent being sub 1,000.
Everything's pretty heavy. I mean, it depends. You know, I mean, what model you talk? what make. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm getting it. So doing
Chrysler,
Chrysler.
they like the Mopar. I mean, 67 to 9 Valiant. They were late.
So you're keeping it in the 60s. You keeping it in the 60s, man. It can be a new model. It can be a newer model car.
That
Like,
is, you said something that wouldn't kill you in weight.
yeah.
That's the only one. Any of the A bodies were weight in the Mopar. The Valiant
Okay.
was the lightest.
All right.
Thing weighed weight with a full tank of gas, 2650.
Mm-hmm.
If you put a big block in it, it weighed 2750.
Really?
If you put a small block in it and take the slant six out, it weighed like 2550.
No shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can dig it. What do you think? What are they typically like 3,500, 4,000? I mean, 4,000 is like an SUV probably. Some cars are probably hitting that.
There is 4,000 pounds.
Huh?
These newer Camaros and Mustangs are 4,000 pounds, and
The newer
some
ones.
Challengers and stuff.
Yeah, but dude, they got to be doing something crazy to them things, man, for being a 4,000-pound vehicle. Doing the stuff that they're doing in them, that's just like engineered over to the max, man. And their production making cars. Okay, they're putting cars that are in production coming off the line that people are literally trying to build, right? And over the time that it takes them to build that car, to even come close to that stock car coming off the line or coming out of the factory, they've spent as much as on that car as it would take to just buy that factory car.
Only one really offered it was Chrysler, was Mopar. I mean, they
Yeah.
offered a 9-second car, but it was limited.
Hmm.
And that
I mean,
was
what
the Demon.
the
Now,
Demon?
Chevy made a nice, they made the Coho Camaro, but it wasn't a street car.
Right.
You buy it and you don't even get a title.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It
That's
could not be
street legal.
registered to drive on the street. I don't know about that high horsepower Mustang they made, but yeah, no, they you know, Mopar, Chrysler, they wanted a car that was gonna be driven, and they made you had to drive that car for it, the warranty or anything
Yeah.
to even be in effect. They didn't want some rich guy to just go out and buy that car and throw it in a storage unit.
Dude, some of them cards
And
are getting
sell it
insane.
for big ass money when 20 years because it had 0 miles.
So I think a lot of guys. Well, I can't keep saying a lot of guys. I can't just keep acting like I know what everybody wants. But going fast and feeling fast are two different things, right? Going fast is like doing 200 miles an hour, right? And it's just going like 200 miles an hour. Feeling like you're fast is like if I touch this gas pedal, I'm gonna do a burnout. You know what I mean? I might. You can build a car both in both ways, but it's two totally different. It's two totally different things, right? Because you have your high. You're gonna need like high end
I
RPM,
can
high.
have a car that can do a burnout that'll do 200 mile an hour in a mile, or you can build a car that'll do 200 mile an hour in an 8 mile.
Yeah. So, so this is where we're getting into like this thing, right? I think I want to build a hot rod. Guys are kind of thinking like, I want to roast the tires off this thing. I want to do donuts. I want to sound mean. I want to be faster than any typical car. Not necessarily. I want to do 200 miles in an eighth mile. That's totally different stuff. That's a totally different level of stuff, right? Like you're talking about totally different engine stuff, totally different suspension stuff, totally like the whole everything of that car is going to have to be built different. Because if I want to build like a burnout car that has a little bit of horsepower in it and sounds mean and will whip donuts and all that whole thing, you probably don't need a whole lot of aftermarket stuff. You don't want to do roll cages and stuff like that. Probably not necessary to get a car to actually do that without doing 200 miles an hour in a severely dangerous amount of time.
If you're gonna do donuts, you might as well have a roll cage.
That's fair.
Safety,
I mean,
man.
safety. I don't think anybody's just gonna do a million donuts, but to just whipping shitties in the parking lot, man. Everybody does it. Everybody does it in their fucking.
Nothing for you to hit something.
Yeah.
That wheel to hit, lock up, and start flipping.
You know what's crazy to me? And I always think about this, man. It's totally off the mud boggers, dude. That's wild to me.
It has its place.
I mean, it does have a place, but some of them trucks are screaming their fucking heads off, dude. And I go, how in the world? What are you got in that thing to make them big tires spin like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how much? I don't even get it sometimes. I can't wrap my head around it. I look at them trucks and I go, huh?
How little of power you could have and make that happen.
You think so? You talk like about gearing or what? What is it?
It takes gearing.
Huh?
It takes gearing to help that out.
Right. So they're telling you.
But a lot of them got power. I mean, I had an old 73 Camaro on a Jeep Cherokee frame with a stock motor, and I was going places some of these bad boys would fill it up. Mob like Chevys couldn't go.
I think people underestimate the Jeeps, though. I do. I'm telling you, you know,
Jack owned it, Eddie owned it, I owned it, and
yeah.
then somebody stole it.
I think a lot of people underestimate the Jeeps, certain Jeeps. I don't. I'm not a Jeep guy.
Don't get me wrong, it was an older. It was like a 70.
Oh dang. Yeah. I know.
It wasn't none of this newer shit.
So the craziest thing is my brother had a Jeep, and that he could just roast the tires off it through every gear. And it's just a stock Jeep. I mean, that thing would eat, dude. Just I don't even get it. I mean, it has to be a high revving motors and those things. I think he had one when they were AMC motors.
When they arrive into the drone, Kuwait International Airport, the massive amount of damage and destruction that can be caused as a result of the Iranian projectile. And again, we're getting this new information because this is a developing story.
Well,
Them AMC motors ran.
right. Yeah, so he had one that was AMC.
Nobody knew what they was getting when they got an AMC.
Okay.
I mean,
yes, I'm dude. So like, I just know what he said. I'm not a Jeep dude. I'm not all into the AMC stuff. I don't really know nothing about it, but I know that little Jeep
for your time.
Yeah, way before my time. They don't take a whole lot, man. I'm telling you. And it's like, it's always come down to like, what do you want? What do you want to build? How do you want to build it? There's 100 million different ways to do 100 million different things and 100 million different combos to put together. And then settling on one is a hard thing to do. I think I grew up playing way too much Need for Speed, way too much Dub City, way too much of the drag racing games. I can't even think of the initials of it right now. And test drive, like building all these cars, doing all this stuff, and doing tuner cars and muscle cars. Like you just get you get into a little pocket of everything. I don't think I was able to just like settle into one thing. So like even like recently, I'm like, yeah, I'll build a little tuner car with the fart box on it, dude. Like, what's wrong with that? That'd be fucking cool. At the same time, it's like, well, why don't you build a 4x4 truck that'll go to the track? You know, that's hard. I think the closest I got to settling on something was maybe like a OBS single cab 2-wheel drive Chevy, and souping it up pretty nice. But then it's like what you were saying, that's not going to be fast enough, and then you need to go faster. So I think it's hard for me to just like go, I'm going to take all my chips and put them in this basket, and I'm going to throw all my money at this thing right here, and I'm going to do this, because it's like, what are you actually trying to get out of it? Because what's wrong with a motorcycle too? You know, hot rod and motorcycle, I mean, way, way, way more dangerous than doing the car stuff. But at the same time, it's like, come on, dude, loud, fast, roasting tires, guys are drag racing them. You know, come on.
I mean, nope.
No. I mean, come on.
Me and motorcycles have an agreement. They won't hurt me if I don't ride them.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's completely fair, and that's the way a lot of guys look at it, too.
I used to ride motorcycles back in my younger days.
Yeah.
And I know I'm a dumbass. And
She was.
Before I pulled out of my sister's driveway, from the backyard, I was banging third gear. Last time I ever rode a motorcycle is July 3rd, 1991.
Okay.
Blew a stop sign.
Oh, you laid her down, huh?
Didn't have my helmet strapped. I was just cool. I ain't got to strap my helmet. Cat ran out from me. I jammed on the brake. Helmet went over my eyes. I went up on an elbow sharp curve and went through a fence. Got no proof of insurance, no driver's license, improper plates.
Hey, riding dirty, man.
Yes, I was. I got a lot of tickets. Got in a lot of trouble.
Mm.
Got sued over the fence. And
Got sued, dude.
yeah.
Sued you right out of a motorcycle riding habit, didn't it?
Yeah. I just knew at that point I don't need a motorcycle.
Hey, you got that link on, or you got your phone? Are you on your phone right now, or on a tablet?
On my tablet.
Text Micah and tell him to get in this thing if he's up still. Tell him to follow the link that I sent him, and we're in here podcasting right now. It's not live. Tell him. So I'm using my phone to do this. I don't know what in the world he's got going. You think he'll jump in here or what?
Same with him.
If you got anybody that would jump in here and we could bullshit like this, just send them that link that I sent you and they can jump in here too. I don't know if you got anybody up right now. I mean, it's 2:00 in the morning, but.
Fake motherfuckers is up.
Huh?
I said only us type motherfuckers is up.
Yeah, the retarded kind. He said, all right, so you've got about all the car talk out of me I think I can handle, but, typically, this is what me and Booger were talking about. We were on the phone, and I'm like, dude, every single time that you even get on a phone call, we're talking for an hour. Like, at this point, me and you've been on the phone or on this podcast bullshitting for like 2.5, 3 hours now. And it's like, this ain't really just the gist of it. I mean, we talk a lot of car stuff. We talk a lot of bullshit. We talk a lot of, personal stuff, which I'm not going to put on the podcast. But it's like, how's it all going? And I'm being, just to be fair about it, me doing all this explaining stuff, this ain't for mine and Booger's conversation. This is for people watching. And getting to a point to where he feels like he can talk to y'all like this is where we're going with this. So if Booger's got anything to say to these people watching, what do you got to say to them?
Some racing and running some old hound dogs.
Yeah, running some old hound dogs. So this is where I was going with this is, this motherfucker here, dude. We're up. It's 2:00 in the night. This guy, he's a night owl. Everybody's night owls usually up around, and every motherfucking time he'd show up to the house 2:30 in the morning. Get the dogs. We gonna go dump them over here. So what's your why are you always hunting so damn late? Huh?
So I always hunted late. I mean,
Yeah, I
depending.
mean,
I mean, you gotta remember back then it might have been I just got done hanging out with one of my little females and now I
well,
want to go hunting.
see,
I
I
mean,
kind of I hunted like that for so long, dude. I couldn't even tell you going to the woods like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. That is probably the worst habit that I've ever formed in my life. I would tell you that, dude. I'll tell you that right now because I'll be sitting around the house like it's getting dark. Coons are probably gonna start moving here before I fucking know it. I'm like, yeah, I'll go later. I won't go later. 3 o'clock in the morning, you go cut the dogs off, and the woods are usually so dead, dude. At like 3 o'clock in the morning, it's like I don't even think the fucking ghosts are awake, man. At 3 o'clock in the morning out there because and
I've seen some crazy things out in the woods.
oh man, I'm telling you what, I it took me a long time to be okay going to the woods by myself at night, dude. Yeah, it really did because there's so much creepy ass shit that goes on out there, man. And the way that
You see some of the shit I've seen in the motherfucking woods that made
uh,
you gonna be like, I ain't never going to the woods again by myself.
dude, I don't, out of all the times, I haven't really been fucked with too much in the woods because I'll tell you,
Hey,
there's a lot of shit that goes on there's a lot of shit, dude, that is just out there in the world, man, that get after you, get on you, get in your presence, and you fucking stalk your being, bro. And I know that, you know what I'm saying? And like just straight up being like spiritual and native and being connected and doing all this stuff, it's there. Like this shit is there. This shit is there. This shit's real, dude. And
I've seen a lot of stuff in the woods hunting
oh
and stuff, but 22 or 23 when I was up north salmon fishing,
yeah,
I'm not going back to salmon fishing unless somebody's up there with a pistol or something.
what, you seen a grizzly bear?
And hell, I wish.
I mean, not a grizzly bear, a bear.
Hell no. I don't know what I think, but
Don't say you seen no fucking ghost or weird ass fucking shit, dude.
I've seen the biggest fucking bird I ever seen in my life.
Now, see, this is the type of shit I'm talking about because
Hey, and
man,
when I say bird, I'm talking. You know how big Loopy is.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean
bigger than
Loopy's
hell.
6 foot something, 300 fucking pounds. This motherfucker was 300 foot in the air, feet in the air, and looked every bit as big as him.
Mm.
Hey, it was broad just standing on this river. And this black dude that was with us was looked up and he's like, what in the fuck? Hey, that dude turned white, son.
Yeah.
And we all looked in the direction he was looking and we were like, that thing literally circled us like 5 times.
See, and that shit, dude, you can't ever, even if they knew about it, they wouldn't fucking tell you. Right? If that makes sense. Because some of this stuff is probably so, I mean, there's so many levels to this.
They were saying it was the Mothman.
Fuck that, dude. Fuck the Mothman. I seen the motherfucking Mothman too. And I didn't even know what I seen until I seen this when I was a kid. I didn't even know what I seen until I was a fucking adult. So this is where we're gonna lose a bunch of people, but I don't really care because
I'll put it to you like this, bro. We went back to camp because Loopy didn't have his pistol.
yeah. Mm-mm.
And when we come back down with the pistol, he's like, I got 11 shots or 6 of us. If I miss him 5 times, I'm shooting every one of them.
No, there's some shit out there, man. Up that way, you guys were up north, or right? Like up, yeah, you guys were like up north.
Yeah, up past Tippy Dam.
So I think people that are in the city too much, they don't really get it. There's a difference, man, in just like woods and wilderness. Up that way, dude, that's like wilderness, dude. People don't, you know what wilderness is? That means you don't even know, bro. Nobody's even, you can go places people ain't never been, man.
Yeah, you got acres upon acres of
forest, yeah, not woods.
Right.
Like forest. The woods up that way, dude, I couldn't. Oh, here we go. Look at this little girly.
What's happening, girl?
What's going on? We just talking about the booger done seen Mothman or Thunderbird up north when he was salmon fishing.
Oh, I got it.
Nah,
Yeah,
Sean
I'll
ain't
carry
seen
the
much
point.
shit out in the woods.
For me,
Huh?
Yeah, you.
What
I've seen
happened?
some shit in the woods, boys.
You buddy.
That ain't no joke.
You got to be right, bro. That's what I was just telling him, dude. The shit's out there, dude. I haven't been fucked with too much by anything out in the woods, but dude, I was like, it took me such a long time to be able to go in the woods at night by myself, hunting and shit. But yeah, I don't know how many times I've been standing in the woods and I'm like, oh fuck, it's there. It's gonna fucking kill me, bro. Here it comes. It's gonna fucking grab my fucking neck or something. This shit'll get you in the woods. I'll be in the woods like, Lord Jesus is my savior. Lord, no, they fucking kill me, dude. You know what I'm saying? Just to feel all right about it. And that's why I won't go in the woods with a dog that won't bark at night, because if I got anything in these woods, it's the sound of that bark. Because they, you know, you go, at least I can walk to something, bro. You know,
Right.
and there's wild times out there, man. Fuck a coyote too.
Yeah, they'll scare the I was just telling Boog at the shop up north, man. The coyote hunting, me and Dominic went up there, and we was like 12 miles back into all that public land. And I would stop the truck and get out and call, and then run my night vision. And we was in the Jordan Valley up there. Well, I got out and I let out a locate call, and literally all around us, they started going off. The worst I've ever dealt with it before. Then we started hearing the gravel, and you could literally hear over to the right of Dominic like a Yodi, like snarling and growling at us. And he's like, what do we do? I was like, son, just back up to the truck. We're going to shoot them if they come in. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I don't think the only other thing besides the coyote, dude, that has sent chills up my spine when you hear them in the woods that you can't see them is the dude. When we were in the woods over there behind the place on Coon Hill, and that scream, dude.
Oh, the peacock.
Was it a peacock? I don't think it was a peacock.
I learned later on that it was a peacock. You remember?
Are you serious?
It was a peacock's breeding call.
Dude, I'm telling you, blood curdling scream. Oh my
God. It
God.
sounded like a girl. It sounded like a girl scream.
Yeah.
I told you I was telling Boog about that too, because I remember we went out and we was like back on that lane over there, dude. And We just dipped. We just,
Oh, dude. Yeah. It sounded like somebody was.
It sounded like a girl screaming.
It sounded like a girl screaming, but it sounded like it was up higher too. So it was like,
Yeah.
I was like, "Holy, we're cooked. We're fucking done, dude." But yeah, that's the only other time.
I heard it again at a farm thing, and I was like, "What is that?" And they're like, "That's the peacock. It's a mating call." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that scared the death out of me one night."
Yeah, dude. I don't know what the fuck we used to be thinking, dude. When
we run the 8th in about 3 seconds that night.
Yeah. Oh, dude.
I tell you what, man. Me and Corey and Dusty was hunting in the gravel pit over there, and we called Yoden and cracked it. It was probably like 200 yards out. Dusty stayed up on the top of the gravel pit, and me and Corey went down in to get the yoke. And we got down to like the little ravine over there by that pond.
Yeah.
And Corey had the light and the gun, and something let out a screech. Well, later we searched it up. It ended up being a fox, a female fox. But Corey and me got, probably 2-3 foot from that sucker, and it was in tall grass, and it was like, ah!
Oh,
Corey,
dude.
I've never seen somebody run so quick.
I'll just tell you this much right now. Corey he ain't much scared of nothing, dude. He ain't much scared. He ain't one, dude. I'm telling you. I know this because I took Dixie, remember that old Dixie dog? I took Dixie over to Corey's and cut her loose, and we were running pups over there. I think he had a little female pup or something too, and we cut them dogs loose, man, and it wasn't 5 minutes, dude. It wasn't 5 minutes. Yolks on their ass, bro. And the yoke pinned Dixie down over by off to the left or off to the right side of that property there, over where that big trash pit is, and yoke pinned her down over there. Dude, Corey went in there and got that yoke off her. He did.
Dude. He
don't
you go
play
out with him. Like, we hunt Seven Gables at nighttime and stuff. You know, everybody's scared of it. We hunt. Yeah, look at Booger. We pulled in. We pulled in with Cash. It was that dog, wasn't it? Yeah, I pulled in. Booger said, "Well, I'll be in the fucking truck." I said, "What, you scared, boy?"
Yeah.
We don't play with that shit, boy.
Oh, shit.
I don't play with the dead. Hell no.
Yeah, that place is real famous, man.
Me and Corey hunt Seven Gables like it ain't nothing to it, and everybody's like, "You can't believe you go out there," and I'm like, "Shit, it's good hunting because nobody will hunt it.
Nobody will go over there." Yeah, dude. That's one thing. If that scared Corey, dude, he ain't one to get scared about pretty much anything, I don't think. And yeah, man.
You said what?
I said I was mad as hell when they pulled in there.
Yeah, he was, dude. He said, he said, "Bitch, I ought to slap you." I was like, I don't know why.
I don't even think I'd even go in them woods, man. That ain't worth it.
Good hunting, dude. If you went there and we just hit the street sign and you didn't know it, you wouldn't know no different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's probably fair. Unless there really is something in there.
You get out there sometimes, dude, and you just feel like you're being watched. But I mean, son ain't much gonna run through a 12 gauge. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll be shooting like Booger out rabbit hunting.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Booger air shot 6 times. Rabbit stopped and said hi.
Yeah.
Let's look at. But don't know what to do now, dude. Seven Gables Road, man, fuck that. You know what? The place that always got me was fucking Dunn Road, man.
Dunn Road was sketchy, dude.
Dude, that place was creepy as fuck.
I get leery when you get back in there in daytime. I get leery in the daytime. I'm like, dude, I feel like these big ass trees, something's gonna come down, you know?
Yeah, there's something in there, dude. There's something in there. I got lost over there.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's so little. It's so easy to get lost, though.
Yeah, it's not even a big cut, dude. And I went over there, cut the dog. I've been in. How many times we hunted Dunn Road?
Dude, couldn't even tell you.
A lot, right? Like there was a point in time that's the only place that's the only place we went was Dunn Road, pretty much. And I went over there, dude. I got back in the woods and I got lost back there. I was out in the woods for like an hour and a half. I could not find my way out of them woods, and I'm like, there's no way that I can't walk an hour and a damn half and not be to something. It's not even that big a property. I was so lost over there, I had to call Booger. I called Booger. Booger was like in Jackson or something. I'm like, get the fuck out here and beep the horn so I can get out of these damn woods because I can't find my way out, dude. And
it's in daytime back in there, dude, back by the lake.
Yeah, there's a lake back there and everything.
Yeah, it's so thick, dude, that when you get back into that certain spot, I ended up like a mile down the road behind somebody's house, and I'm like, well, I guess I better walk down the road. It's better than walking through the woods.
No. And the whole thing, what's crazy about it, dude, is when Booger came down there and he beeped the horn, it was literally like 250 yards.
Yeah, because
I was only like 250 yards in there. I couldn't find a path. I couldn't find nothing.
I tell you, a spooky place to drop dogs at big time. Do you remember when I almost drowned duck hunting over there and you were sitting in the Blazer on Seymour Road, Robert?
You're talking about where Hazard fell in the water over there too?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Taking the red dogs over there and stuff at nighttime. When you get like way back in that lane that's in there, it's so narrow and dark in there. And there's like, I don't know if it's chipmunks or what it is, but they'll be running all over the ground at night. I went back to the dogs. Me and Corey did. We're sitting there on a log, dude, and then we all of a sudden something run by. I'm like, "That your dog?" He's like, "No, it ain't on the GPS." I'm like, "Well, what was it?" Then something come back through, and it come up behind us. Somebody jumped up. I'm like, "Yeah, let's go. Let's start working our way. Let's work them dogs back."
Yeah. Out behind.
Make you leery, dude.
Yeah, out behind Coon Hill, it was pretty bad for like mice and chipmunks and stuff too. Shit you not, dude. Or where was it?
Fucking around. Yeah, it's
yeah.
So when you can't see what's fucking around,
that's
dude,
right.
It makes it a whole different story.
Well, if you think, like you go out like me, because like even when I drop the beagles, when I run them at nighttime, Rank Road, dude, bro, they say, the DNR tries to say no, but there's multiple people that have seen it. There's a cougar out there, a mountain lion. And I've seen it in daytime twice. Dad's seen it out there. But you go out there at nighttime, dude, I'll have my hair stand up on the back of my neck and shit. Booger knows I go out there and leave the lights off and let the dogs run. Dude, there's been times where I'll get back in there at nighttime. I'll just be sitting there and I'm like, man, something's watching me. I'm leaving. All right, time to go, buddy, because you can feel it.
Yeah.
We was out there.
That
one night we was out there.
Dude, I'm telling
you. We wasn't there 15 minutes. Sean's like, I'm ready to go. Like, all right.
Is it?
I don't think I've been over there.
I like training pups out there because there's water on one side and a fence on the other, and there's a lot of good runs for rabbits. You could run some rabbits out there like crazy. But dude, I was sitting out there duck hunting. Like the year that I moved, and I was up in the top field. It's like a mile back in there, and I'm way back up in there. I was goose hunting in the field, actually, is what I was doing. And I come down at the top of the hill, and I'm like, man, is that a deer? And I'm looking, I'm like, no, shit, that's a mountain lion. So I get down to the bottom of the hill and I called Dad. I'm like, dude, I just seen a fucking mountain. He's like, oh, I told everybody there's one out there, man. He's like, I seen it too. It was hunting me. I'm like, dude, that motherfucker's hunting me because I got down to the bottom of the hill and I look up and it's up right where I was standing.
Yeah.
You remember, were you with us when we were out there in Wyoming, elk hunting with Joe, when we went up the mountain and then come back down and there was mountain lion tracks and all of our footprints?
No, I wasn't there that time.
He's like, boys, we're being hunted. That's the first time I had an encounter with something like that. You know,
dude, when you see a mountain lion, dude, I seen one over there at, what is that, 3 Lakes over out in Wyoming. You won't even, it's so random to see them, but that fucker jumped from one side of the road all the way to the other side of the road, didn't even touch the ground.
Yeah, imagine it doing that while it's latching onto you.
Oh, dude. Because if you ain't never seen one, dude, then it's just kind of like, nah, whatever. You're making shit up. Yep. But then you don't, yeah, man. It's like, because the whole time I'm out there, like, there's mountain lions out here. You gotta pack the gun. You gotta do this whole thing. And I'm like, dude, just whatever. You know, they ain't out here. I mean, well, not that they're not out here, but it's like they're not right here. You know what I mean?
Until and then you experience it.
Yeah, and then I'm driving up through there, and a cougar jumps across the road, and it's like, dude, this is right over here on the right where this cougar came from is where we've been fishing. Yeah, you know, we've been over here fishing, and here comes this cougar out here and jumps over the road, and it's like, yeah, I guess I'll take the gun, man, because Uncle Ronnie came out there, and I took Uncle Ronnie out there too because he wanted to go out and check it out and was showing him the hieroglyphs and stuff. And I went up and I borrowed the 357 from Joe and went out there and was walking. I had it in a hoodie and stuff. And Ronnie's like, "You really need that?" I'm like, "Yeah, we really need this, dude, because they're out here and they'll get you, man." Yeah.
You know, me and Hunter got out on the snowmobiles one night up at Triangle Sea, and we went over to 513, and we were coyote hunting with mouth calls, and I didn't know, nothing about out there yet, and it's 4 foot of snow up on 513, and we started coyote calling, and next thing you know, like 11, 12 wolves, dude, come up over the hill running right for us. He's like, start. I'm like, what do we do? He's like, to start the snowmobile. That's all we can do is run. We started him up revving it, dude. It didn't even phase him, man. So we ended up booking it back, you know. That's when I was really like, dude, there's a whole different type of predators out in this place.
Yeah, there is.
Like, you're being hunted there.
Yeah, you are. Definitely, dude. I think the craziest one that really got me, man, is I went out there, I was deer hunting with Joe. Joe was taking me deer hunting. I shot that button, or not that, but that spike buck over there. And he's like, we got to find it. We got to get it out of here now. As soon as the guns go off. Yeah, he's like, as soon as the gun goes off, the bears come because they're coming for the gut pile. They know they're getting fed or whatever. And I'm just like, he's like all panicking. No, and that's the whole thing. I wasn't really taking him serious. He's all like panic moding and running shit around and shit. And I get over there. We get the deer, get in the truck, start heading out the 2-track. Soon as we get to the 2-track, grizzly bear, 2 cubs. I was I tell you what, I don't think I was more scared sitting in that truck looking at them bears than I was. It's like unreal, dude. It's unreal when you.
It was me, Joe, and Tammy. I don't know where it's that lake on your way to like Jackson Hole. I forget what it's called. We stopped there because he could hunt there with his elk tag.
Oh, I know it. Yeah.
It's like a little tourist lake with a dock and stuff. Mm-hmm. Well, we walk up in there and over to the left of it, you can go up this trail and go hunting. We get in there, dude, and across the lake is big ass grizzly bear right on the edge of the water. And there's like a bunch of people from out of state, and they're getting closer and closer, trying to take pictures. And Joe's like, you guys understand you'll leave here in a 5-gallon bucket? Leave the bear alone. And they're like, oh, we're just trying to get pictures. Next thing you know, they come running right straight down the edge of that lake. And I didn't realize, I've always been told like how fast they are. Dude, that thing cleared that lake in like 30, 40 seconds, man, from one side to the other. and everybody running to their cars, and Joe's like, "Now I'm gonna have to shoot it because we were hunting, and it's charging too." So me, Joe, and Tammy got in the truck, and Joe stayed ready to shoot it because people weren't taking it serious. And he was out in the little parking area. They're like, "Get in your car, go! That thing will kill you." And then I took Haley up there, and we went to leave. And I don't know if it was a cub or what, but it walked right out in front of us. Basically, looked at us like, "Stop your car." Haley's got a picture of it, and Haley's like stopped the car, dude, and it like slapped the car. It was like, like bitch. And Haley's, "Oh my god, it's so pretty." I'm like, I had that 45 at the time. I'm like, it's looking around the windows and shit. And I'm like, just sitting there. I'm like, lean back, because if it starts coming through your window, I'm gonna have to shoot it. I don't know what to do. It's like up on the, like trying to, look in the car a little bit, but it kind of like he checked us out. We must not have been too appetizing, and then it went about its day. But you don't realize how serious that type of shit is. Mooses,
Oh, dude.
You remember you remember when we were snowmobiling in the middle of the night and that moose was in that trail on us?
Maybe. I know when we were out there was a moose standing. The one thing that got me about the moose when I first seen a moose is how big they are. They're bigger. They're bigger than you can 100%. Imagine how big they are, right? Exactly. They're bigger. So if you've never seen a moose, imagine how big the moose is, and then like 1,000 times it. They are giant. Like they're huge. They're like bigger than a truck, dude.
Dude, they're massive.
It's so crazy, dude. The first time I seen a moose, I stayed out at the Triangle Sea. I was going to ride into school with Walker and them. We come out of the cabins, go to get in a truck, and there is a moose with 2 feet in the bed of the truck eating hay out of the back of the truck. The truck was touching the ground.
Yep.
Okay. The moose could only fit its front legs and its head, and that was the whole bed of the truck.
Horse, dude.
Yeah.
It's like one of them big Clydesdales.
But taller.
Yeah.
Or longer or something. They're huge.
Was the same day. The day you're talking about is the same day that when me and Hunter opened the door on the cabin, that cow moose was standing right on the porch. And I looked up, and Hunter just shut the door. He's like, "We ain't going outside yet."
Yeah, that's what we walked on the corner, and Walker goes, "Oh shit! Well, we're gonna be late for school." And I was like, "Well, what do we do, dude?" And he's like, "Go back inside," because she had a calf with her too.
Yep.
And
pick it off.
Nope. Had a calf with her too, man. I used to get cracked up when I was working down at the Stark Ranch out in Crowheart, because every morning we'd
maybe right here.
Well, we would drive in, and there was a giant moose. I mean, he was a big, huge moose, but his antlers were just coming in, so his antlers are only about the size of your hand, right? So it basically looked like he had hand-shaped ears, right? They were itty bitty antlers on a big giant moose. He was there like every morning too. Elk, man, I'll tell you, we were driving from Jackson Hole back up to Du Bois there, and it was like a snowstorm out. We had an elk cross the road on us. This elk was bigger than a moose.
The guy that almost mistaken elk from
me and Booger, dude. Gotta get out. We're driving, we're cruising all the public land, trying to get a deer, dude. And I'm like, there's one. Jump out. And I stopped because it was on my side. I'm like, Booger, get out and shoot it, Booger gets out. I'm like, why ain't you shooting it? He's like, it don't look like a deer. I'm like, I was thinking the same thing. That motherfucker, it was over. It was across the creek,
Get
We knew
Corey in here.
When it started running, he's probably sleeping.
Oh,
When it started running and the trees up here like 6 foot up moving, we knew it wasn't no deer.
yeah. Oh, dude.
The rest of the time we was deer hunting, dude. We was like, we better make sure it's a deer. We better make sure
The big thing is everybody up there said there was no elk.
yeah, everybody's telling us there's no elk around there.
Was that the first time you seen an elk, Boog?
No, I seen elk.
Oh, okay. Elk are huge too.
Wild Boog or what? In the wild, or like, do you mean like?
Yeah, I seen them in the wild, out west.
Yeah,
No, dude,
I also seen motherfucking moose too.
yeah, moose ain't no joke, man. Me and
no, they're not.
Hunter, the last time I lived in Wyoming, me and Hunter went elk hunting over on I forget where it was. It wasn't Horse Creek, it wasn't Whiskey Mountain or whatever. It was another place farther out of town, out like Crowheart area. And Hunter was wanting to shoot an elk with his longbow.
Yeah.
So we go walking, and we kind of was spread out probably 50 yards from each other. I had no gun, no nothing, because we couldn't. It was only open to bow. So we're walking, and we get in this little brush area by a river, and we had to cross the river to go up in the mountain. And I come around this bend, and there's a cow moose, dude, powering over me with a calf.
Oh, yep.
I'm just like, oh, crap. And I'm like, what do I do, Hunter? He's like, he said, just act like she ain't there, and she'll act like you ain't there. And she's like, doing all kinds, getting rowdy. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what to do, Hunter. He's like, so he come up and like walk, and we walked around, and she come running like, she took like probably maybe 5 steps, and they were standing in the river and like splashed the water at us and then turned around and left us alone. He's like, dude, we just got so lucky. I'm like, yeah, especially because what could we do? All we had was his longbow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You know what you're supposed to do when you get chased by a moose? Do you know? No. You run to a tree and you run a circle around a tree.
Yeah, that's what I told them.
They can't get you because they just can't get around a tree. As long as you stay on the opposite side of the tree, that's the only way to do it.
You imagine getting chased around a tree by a moose for like 5 hours?
Oh my God, man!
I'd just give up. Just screw it. Whoop my ass.
I don't know how they're kind of clumsy a little bit. They just jump up and sit in the antlers, man.
Right. Well, that's what I've always said too. Like, if I ever was to get a bear attack, I'm gonna go out trying, because if a bear runs up on me, I'm socking it. I'm at least gonna punch it.
That's what I always thought in my head. As soon as that bear comes out, I'm putting in a fucking sleeper hold, son. It's going down.
Yeah. Just imagine though. Imagine if the story of say a bear comes charging you and you punch it and knock it out or something.
Oh, dude.
Like that, you know what I mean? He's like, yeah, I'm so bad I knocked a bear out in the woods one time. Everybody like, no, but well, I just happened to be recording. Here you go.
Somebody sock a bear to sleep, dude. You better watch out.
You said what?
I said that it would be, you wouldn't have nothing recording.
Oh, the chances of that happening are, it's just, in my opinion, is if like a bear's gonna kill me, we're gonna box before I die,
Yeah, you're gonna have to go and try, man.
To get a punch off, right?
You always think that way, dude. You got a little bit of echo going on. Turn your phone down.
A lot of people, I've been told over the years, oh, that's cruel, this and that with coons, and I'm like, go ahead and grab one time.
Yeah, do it.
Grab one time. I remember I had a pair of brand new boots, steel toe boots. You were there. I think Booger might have been there. Dusty was there. Remember when I climbed up in that tree and you guys wouldn't give me the 22 to shoot the coon? You remember that? Yeah, you remember that?
Oh, man.
That's
There's
when
been a lot of stuff, man.
we went to go coon hunt, Booger. We went to go coon hunt, Booger, and I forgot the gun or something. I'm like, Robert, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go in here. And I come out. He's like, the fucking dog got out. So Bo jumped out of the Blazer and ran. So we had Dixie and Ann. So we took him to Dunn Road, and we're all like, well, what do we do? I'm like, well, he'll be wherever he's at when we get back. Well, we got to Dunn Road. You remember, Robert? And Gogs called and was like, hey, I hear your dog treeing. When I went around the corner, what do you want me to do? I said, leave him. He'll be there. So me, Dusty, Robert, was Booger there? I can't remember, man. I
can't remember.
And we all head back. I think he was, Boog. I don't remember.
It was really, he wasn't.
Dusty remember. Dusty, so you ought to get in here too. But we
Get him
come back.
on.
Remember, he was treed in the end of the driveway on Coon Hill Road. We get in there, and he was in like this big cherry tree or something.
Yeah.
And Robert and Dusty are like, there ain't no coon there. I'm like, son, there's a coon there. They're like,
let me tell you the actual deal on this, because remember, we cut Bo at the house, back and behind the house. He left, and he treed up on that tree. We shined that tree and shined that tree and shined that tree. Couldn't find nothing in that tree. We packed all the dogs up and took them to fucking Dunn Road, 3 miles down the damn road, cut them out. Bo split. No hide and hair of him nowhere. And we got back to the house, and he was treed on that same fucking tree, right? And Michael's like, this fucking dog, dude. I'm like, you better check that tree, dude. Yeah, like he did run off, and he was like you got to get up in there and look, dude. He had a coon in that tree that whole time, but he peeled 3 miles from Dunn Road back to that tree.
See, I get up, I climb up in a tree. Dusty had the 22, and I get up in a tree, and these motherfuckers ain't listening to me, dude. I get up in a tree, and this boar coon's like right here.
Yeah.
I'm like, son, give me the gun. He's like, no,
chased him straight out of the tree.
Give me the gun. It's in my face, motherfucker. He's like, no, so I had that club, remember? I knocked that fucking coon out of the tree, dude. It got down and got to whooping on Bo. And then you had Dixie, and Robert cut Dixie, and that fucker went to grab Dixie. That's what I'm saying. I had them brand new leather steel toe.
And he kicked it. Yeah.
Went to boot that coon. And I was stepping on your foot. Remember when I was holding it down to shoot it? So I like stepped on its chest, you know. That fucker bit my boot one time, son, and cut it like 6 inches long, right through all the way to the steel toe. And that's when I was like, oh yeah, they got some razor sharp teeth.
Oh, that ain't nothing to mess with, man. I've told this story on the channel, dude. Yeah, I don't know if you caught it or not, but yeah, that's one thing. That dog, dude, was something different. That Boog Dawg, dude, because he was a dog that if you didn't get a coon out to it, he's going back to the tree.
He had no quit.
He had no quit, dude. You couldn't beat that dog off a tree. Nothing. That dog was not coming off a tree. I don't care. I don't think people even understand the severity of how much he would not get off a damn tree. Because remember, we lost him. Lose that fucking dog every time we turn around because he's a silent tracker and he wouldn't quit, and he'd run 40 miles to tree something. And then he got over there on Dunn Road. Dude, no. Bo was a totally different fucking machine, because I don't even think that we even understood that. But remember when we lost him and he treed up over there behind Dunn Road, and the deer hunters called us like, yeah, your dog's been over here treed for like 3 days. You remember that?
That's when you guys went and got him. And then
they were feeding them deer legs and all that stuff. That's exactly when that happened. But we could not find that dog nowhere. And the guys is like, dude, he's over here treed for like 2-3 days, man. And we were looking for this dog everywhere, but he wouldn't leave that tree.
Yeah, you talk about a dog sticking a tree.
No, there ain't. I don't think that there's another dog that would stick a tree as hard as that dog would.
You definitely ain't joking. That dog right there, dude. And the thing is he just had no quit. So like there was nights where he would tree and we wouldn't shoot the coon, and you try to go recut him, and he's like, "No, go shoot this coon, or we ain't going nowhere. Go right back to the tree. I don't care if you walk 5 miles."
He's back on the tree.
Yep.
Yeah, because we were at Dunn Road and we're like, "Where's Bo at?" And I'm like, "I know where that motherfucker's at, dude." And we go back to and he's on that same tree. 3 fucking miles, bro. After a whole car ride and everything. That dog was wild. I really didn't like hunting that dog, but I did like hunting that dog. I didn't like hunting that dog because you could never tell where he was going to be when he treed.
I still to this day ain't no dog ever compared to him. And this is why. What I loved about that dog was he was silent on the track. That's why we called him a trespassing dog. Because he would let out that one locate, and you would know within 30 seconds that locate come in. He's telling you where he's at. The next thing he's doing is blowing the fucking top off the tree. And you remember how I used to walk through the woods and he would get quiet, and he wouldn't do nothing until I'd say, "Talk to me," and then he'd fucking light the tree up 4 or 5 barks, quit, and he would wait. And that's why I call him a trespassing dog, because we could walk. You guys remember? I mean, it's like he knew when he was on land he wasn't supposed to be on. But I could really
that dog was different, man.
You remember when we went to Booger's spot over there? Robert's like, "Just grab it." Booger remembers. Look, we went over there and we treed like 13 coons in that tree, and that dude come out.
He's like,
I was like, "Just keep him talking, guys." I kept shooting him, and the dude's like, "If you shoot one more time, I'm calling the law." And I was like, "All right, pop," and we took off.
Nah, what the fuck did Booger tell that guy? He said, "Hold on, we almost got him done." These are some shit I don't remember, dude. I think that was.
He's talking, and I was like, "Dude, let's just keep talking."
It was when you was a kid.
Who was
and
the
you
kid?
Went with me. You.
Oh,
And you went with me out on Springport, and that guy come out. "You're shooting through my truck."
yeah. That's this motherfucker here, dude. But so that was with you too. That's happened quite a few times. I don't think a lot of guys run into that, man. I think it's kind of rare to tree up a tree that's got 10, 15 coon in it. And there's the one time us 3 treed up on that one tree over there. And it's the one that Mike was talking about, the one that Booger's talking about. We're sitting in the dude's fucking backyard looking plain blank at his fucking house with the lights on. Booger just knocking coons out, son. And that guy come out.
Oh, I got her going out to grab my chips.
Oh.
I got to plug my phone in before it dies on me.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, some of the best times is coon hunting, man. I don't care what it to do, man.
That's what I say it all the time. Like, nothing beats coon hunting, especially when you go out there and get the shit scared out of you, or you fall through a swamp. Me and Curtis with my red dogs, and I'll never ever forget this, because Curtis told me, he said, "We walk over them dogs ain't treed, we're shooting them." I said, "You damn right, we're shooting them." So I was getting ready to run the red dogs one night. Waylon calls me over to Bubbers. So I get over to Bubbers. Kurt's there, Waylon and Bubbers. Or Kurt, Waylon, Sammy were at Bubbers. Sammy had just got some dog from down south. Waylon had whatever dog he had. And they was, talking big money. My dogs will whoop your dogs, And I'm like, "Son, I got 2 red bones I'll drop. You ain't whooping nothing." And Sammy was like, "I got $1,000. Says I do." I said, "I ain't got $1,000 to bet, so I'm not betting it, because if I lose, I can't pay it." But I said, "I tell you what I'll do. We'll go out there and we'll drop the dogs just for bragging rights." So we go over to Territorial Road, pull in. It starts downpouring, bad downpouring, like flash flood downpouring. And they're like, "Oh man, let's do it a different night." I said, "Oh no, nope. We're dropping the dogs. We come here to drop dogs and run them. We're running the dogs." So sit in the truck for a couple minutes. Rain kind of lights up. They cut their dogs loose. I cut the red bones loose. Kurt's like, you think your dog's gonna tree? I said, son, my dog's gonna be treed right here in a few minutes. Just, we'd be just fine. Waylon's dog starts going off over in the woods, and I heard it and it sounded funny. I'm like, it's a weird echo off that dog. So they're like, oh, that dog's got the meat. I'm like, well, let's go get it then. My dogs start treeing as we're walking to Waylon's. They're like, what do you want to do? I said, we go to your dog first. Then I said, I know mine will stay there. So then we'll go to my dogs. Because mine were like a half mile back in over the other side of the road in a swamp. And so me and Kurt, because Kurt actually ended up saying, well, I got the money. You know what I'm saying? I'll put the fucking money up, And so we get over there and we get back in the woods to Waylon and Sammy's dogs, and they're treed on a ladder stand, barking at the ladder stand. And they're like, oh, I'm like, yeah, boys, you won the ladder stand. That's what you won, I'm like, I'm going to go to the dogs that got the meat. So we shine. They're like, oh, we know. I'm like, son, them dogs are slick treed as a motherfucker. So I'm looking behind these whole woods. There ain't nothing. My dogs are still treed up over here. And we go and Waylon and them go load their dogs up. And they're like, your dogs probably ain't got the meat neither. It's the rain. I'm like, my dogs are treated. They got the meat. So we get across territorial, go through the cornfield, and sure as shit, the red bones are right out in the middle of this swamp. In the only tree in the fucking swamp, like 200 yards out. And Kurt walks like 4 steps and drops like up to here in the water. And, Kurt was tall. You know what I'm saying? I'm tall.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. I'm like, dude, you know what? I don't know. He's like, what do you do? I'm like, well, we got to get the dogs, man. So I shine across the swamp. I'm like, well, they got the meat. You can see the eyes. And he's like, oh, shit. He's like, we got to prove it. We got to be able to prove that they treed. So me and Kurt waded through this fucking swamp, dude. I'm talking like up to our chest, literally, no joke. And we're half cocked, too, by the way. You know what I'm saying? We're going through the swamp, get over, get the dogs, shoot the coon, come back out. I get like halfway through the swamp, dude. I'm thinking about saying screw it and just leave the coon because it was a big one. And this thing got all wet and it's 80 pounds, you know what I'm saying? And we get up to the truck and I throw it up. I'm like, what you boys want to say? Good thing we ain't betting. That's exactly what I said. Good thing we ain't betting, huh? And ain't nobody, they never talk no smoke about my dogs never again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's one memory I got with Curtis, dude, that, I'll never forget that, especially because, me and Kurt would go hunting all the time. You know what I mean? And he backed me up that night. He's like, oh, no, I know his dogs are going to whoop your dog, so we'll go, That's why I told him, I said, I ain't got nobody to help me. You got, Sammy and Waylon both with each other. And that's why I'm like, coon hunting to me, dude, is bragging rights, for one, with your buddies. For two, it's, you get out, you have a good time, you might get scared, you might fall through a fucking swamp, you might fall through the ice. You might get ate up by a coon. You remember when that coon come down the tree and I told you it was coming to fuck us up?
Oh, sorry, don't even get me started, boy. He gets me in the woods. He don't want me to touch the light. He don't let me hold the gun. It's my dog, my gun, my light. Gets out in the woods, got a broken 22, son. Got a broken 22. Can't even shut the bolt on it or it fires the bullet. He's got about 4 bullets he's carrying around loose in his damn pocket. Gets us out there, bow trees up. And he's aiming the gun, putting the bullet in, and go, pow. Missing. He's like, I'm out of bullets. Well, hey, stay here. He runs to the house, leaves me in the woods in the dark with the gun with no bullets in it and no light, and the dog treed with the leash on because he treated this coon off the leash. We're walking him through the woods to cut him, and he slammed a tree. He had the leash on him.
He went and treed, and then we got to the tree and leashed him. Because if you remember, I cracked the coon like twice and started walking down the tree. I said, he's coming down to fight till death.
Yeah.
And he was that coon dude, was a big boar coon. It was
that was a big old coon, man. And so he leads me in the woods. This coon's coming down a tree. Dog's on a tree with the leash on. Dog gets wrapped up around a little bush next to the damn tree. This big old giant, I mean a big coon. It's humongous. Starts walking head first down straight down the tree. I'm standing there. I can't see nothing but a shadow walking down the dang tree. The next thing you know, the coon gets off the tree, walks straight to the dog. Walks straight to him, son. And they just start going after it. Bo's all tangled up with his leash. He can't do much. And I'm going, I got this gun. I'm like, what this gun? I can't crack this coon in the head with this gun because it's going to break this damn gun. So I throw the damn gun on the ground, dude. I throw the gun on the ground and I pick up a big old giant branch like this and I'm going to go in there to smack this coon.
Robert has a 25-foot branch.
Dude, I got the biggest. And this coon was the biggest damn coon you ever seen, son. So I was like, this gun ain't gonna hit that thing hard enough. So I picked up the biggest damn branch that I could find on the ground, dude. This fucker was big, son. It's probably a 50 or 60-pound log, dude. I'm going over there to smash this coon with it. He comes back with a light.
Fucking crack. I step on the gun and break it.
First he runs back there and he's going.
I'm like, where's
the gun? Where's the gun? I don't fucking know what I'm trying. I said, I threw that motherfucker. I'm trying to hit this son of a bitch with this dog.
Throwing shit at the coon.
So I'm telling you what.
And this coon's on Bo's side.
Dude, this coon was a big one. And it's got a hold of him.
It's stuck on a stick.
Yep.
Leash. So I run up and I boot the motherfucker. I'm like, get him, you know what I mean? He's gonna kill the dog. So I boot him and I'm like fighting with this now broken stock 22 that pops off as soon as you slide the bolt shut. And I'm like kicking the coon, pop, get him. I won't ever in my life forget that, because when I got out there, son, Robert was from here's that corner over there with this big old 25-foot. He's like, I'm about to bust his ass. I'm like,
Well, what he's not telling you is I didn't have a light. I couldn't see shit. I'm walking in the pitch black with the big old giant log trying to walk into a dog and coon fight. I can't see nothing. I'm pitch black, dude. I'm just feeling around in the dark trying to find these motherfuckers so I can hit this thing. And he shows up with his light, and then he can see everything that's going on. I can't see nothing. And he's thinking I'm all way off. I'm trying to walk where the noise is. I don't even know where they're at, where they're fighting, what they're doing, dude. I'm telling you. All I know is that's a big coon that came down. He have no quit in him. The only reason why that coon even hold him a little bit is because he was tangled up.
Yep.
Because I'll tell you, I never seen a dog, dude, like him.
That's what I was getting ready to say is I ain't never, to this day, I still ain't seen a coon dog. You'll see dogs that sit there and bay up on a coon. They might jump in for a minute and it'll mess them up a little bit and they'll back up. That dog didn't. He grabbed a hold of it and he was fighting it till it died. He didn't care. It didn't matter.
He either did that.
Little lady dog.
He grabbed a hold of it, throw it. Then when I got back up, run over there, grab a hold of it, throw it. I never seen a dog throw a coon so many damn times. And then what he would do, remember when we were training him and we cut that cage coon out and the coon went up the tree, maybe about 2-3 feet, and he ran over there, grabbed it off the tree, slung it on the ground. The coon went back up the tree and he threw it on the ground. It went back up, he threw it on the ground. We were like, he ain't never going to tree it because he keeps snatching it off the damn tree and throwing it on the ground. He was like, you ain't getting away from me, dude. But I don't think the only other dog that I've seen that showed me the biggest coons that I've ever seen besides Bo was Cashman. I don't know what it is about that dog, him or Cashman, biggest coons that you that are out there. You're taking home hard to carry coons.
That cash dog, it's like his DNA is a tree in a swamp.
Oh my God.
Dude,
that's why his name's Swamp Water Cash Man.
We get out there,
What, 10 acres of fucking dry land.
Yeah.
You ain't keeping him out of the water. You ain't keep. I've had the worst luck with that. That's why I named Hazard.
You have 10 acres of dry land, that dog will find a mud puddle and tree.
Yeah, for real.
Swamp Park.
The
Well,
coon's
see,
like this high off the ground, like just right out of his reach. Every time he's jumping up, barking at it, it's fucking him up. And there's two of them. I get out there. Who was with us? Corey? Yeah, Corey. And Corey yells like, "I'm gonna need your help." I get out there. Corey's like right here. That coon's like right here. He's like, "I can't hold him and shoot at the same time." I'm like, "Well, shoot it." He's like, "There's another one right here in the water." He was down on the ground fighting, like backed up into a brush pile type deal. And, yeah, you know, I was going to eat Corey up. I was like, "Yep, it's always some coon hunting, dude. You ain't getting no more adrenaline rush than a good night of coon hunting."
No, man. That Cashman dog was pretty alright dog, man. I'm not even gonna say he wasn't. He literally, he's just a little bit not my style. That's all I gotta say about that dog. Way too big. Way too big for me, man. When I went to see, the only reason why I bought that pup is because when I went and I looked at the mom and dad of Cash, they were smaller blue ticks, right? They were smaller. And then it wasn't even until after I had done giving Corey cash that I had been back on the gyms, and Jim was wanting me to help him work some dogs, and he pulled out these two blue dogs. And these they're bigger than a damn mountain lion, dude. These things are huge. Biggest blue dogs I've ever damn seen. And I'm like,
just saying,
where did these come from? I was like, where the hell did these come from? He's like, well, this is Cash's grandma. And Cash's grandma and Cash's aunt. And I said, "Oh, you son, you've sold me a skip generation giant, dude. Is what you did." Because his mom and dad are real kind of smaller dogs, right? But him, way too big. I didn't really like the way his hips set, and
I don't like clod hopping dogs.
I think he was a little clod hoppy because he's still kind of younger. But his legs, his back legs kind of bugged me. He's too straight up and down for me. But I didn't really care for the way that he ran. He would run a hot one, he'd run a cold one, and he'd run a medium one. If you got him on a cold one, he's silent. If you got him on a hot one, he slams it. If you get him on a medium trail, dude, he'd run track all damn night. Gave him the biggest problem in the world. But that dog, dangerous power, dude. Kill something quick.
That's when was it? Last night, Booger, or night before? I was just talking about this with Corey about that's why I didn't like Cash, and that's why I don't like these newer blue ticks. I don't like a big dog. I don't like a big coon dog.
I don't like them neither, man.
If you think about it, every blue tick I've ever owned has always been small. Trapper, small.
Yep.
Bow, small. And small. Dixie, small. All them dogs are all small. And I don't think you need much more than,
No,
just like
you don't need a big dog.
I don't like tall beagles. A lot of people like tall beagles. I like short beagles. We were just talking about this last night. And the reason I like short beagles is because they can go through the brush and stay right on the track versus bigger dogs got to go around it and jump over stuff. So when they go to check on a rabbit, it takes them a little bit longer because versus a small dog can go right through where the rabbit is.
Robert's about to be a proud owner of a beagle.
I ain't taking no beagles.
Son, you need to get your rabbit dog.
I deal with a lot of dog stuff, dude. I can't do a beagle, and I don't know about rabbit hunting much either, man. I just don't. I don't like beagles, man. Huh?
It ain't the point.
It depends. It depends on how they're trained and how they're raised. That's 100%. It depends on the color of the dog. Beagles.
Booger's saying it ain't the point because Booger's saying that Dusty owes me a puppy. Dusty don't owe me nothing. That wasn't the deal. The deal was Dusty take the dog with a breeding lined up already. He breeds a dog, and if I want a pup out of that litter, I get a pup out of that litter. Dusty never had to give me nothing for that dog. Now, don't get me wrong, giving away a world champion bred dog that's already doing everything that it's supposed to do for free, people might disagree with, but I don't. I'm to the point anymore. I train these dogs to go have fun and hunt, and like Cash got way too big over here, dude. He's jumping the fence. He's blowing the top out of the kennels. He's aggravating neighbors. He's treeing the neighbors freaking in the neighbors' yards, dude. Like, causing me so much grief up here, right? Causing me so much grief up here. I can't keep him hunted good, so I gave him to Corey. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Cash Man, that's a $2,000, $2,500 dog all day, up and down. Really good bloodline from the only blue tick in the world that holds grand champion in every single title in anything to do with any competition hunts. Line bred to the hill. Good dog, right? Extremely good dog. Paper wise, hunting wise, minding wise, behavior up and down, great dog. He's a pup, little bit trashy on possum here or there. I didn't even care. I never even whooped him or yelled at him for treeing possum. I never even gave a shit. I was treeing shit. So that dog right there, $2,500 dog, up and down all day. Tilly, name your price on that dog. Name your price on that dog. The guys would have paid $30,000 for her. I'll tell you that right now. Guys would have, competition hunting squirrel guys would have paid 30 grand for that dog. Because why? Because she's a sight only dog. She does not bark unless she sees a squirrel, and she is world champion bred, which means you don't get circle points on trees. She always has a squirrel when she trees. You're not getting minused out of comp hunts, and she's world champion bred and able to be bred back to her dad and produce even more world champs. So it kind of is what it is. I was fortunate enough to do a lot of digging around for these dogs, to find these dogs and put time into them and hunt them and run them and stuff. But that was for me. That ain't got nothing to do with the dog or how much a dog's worth. A dog ain't worth a damn nickel, dude. Who cares about a dog? And I know.
And take it out back and let it run loose.
Do what?
I said, I don't care if you got a pup and took it out back and let it run loose, run away.
You don't owe me nothing.
See,
for me, that dog served its purpose for me because I got my YouTube channel, I got my content, I got all that.
It's a sole purpose, though.
I love my dog.
You make it.
Anybody wants to smoke with any of my dogs, son, ain't nobody got one better than me, I promise you. Any time of the day, any time of the week.
What dog you got? Rabbit dogs?
Rabbit dogs or food dogs, it don't matter. You ain't out rabbit dog or rabbit dog, period.
You'll be all right one day.
Nope. I got a rabbit dog right now, son. I'll put up against the world champion rabbit dog right now. They'll make it look slow.
Take them out.
I'll tell you that.
You got to turn your speaker down.
I done. That's what I done. Post. I want to see somebody with my dog. My dogs speak for themselves.
Well, the only thing I got to say about that is I bought these pups when they were 6 weeks old, and I raised them all the way through the time that they were treeing by myself and gave them away for free just to make a point that a good dog is a good dog. Don't matter who trains it, who does what. The only dog that I was ever sore about was Hazard. That's the only dog that I was ever even worried about in a little bit. And Booger right here and me right here both had a big part in training Bo. and helping you run drags and running him and hunting him and doing all that. Dixie, I was a little bit. She took too long to come around. I really did like that dog, but when you take a dog that mind's really good, but don't want to track and don't want to tree, and you trade it for a dog that's treeing and tracking. But the only reason why Dixie wasn't treeing and tracking because we had such a drought of coon over there for so long that we never got one trapped for her. And it was like we caught that coon on the side of the road, and that was like literally the day after I gave you Dixie, after I had gotten Hazard. And then we had that Duke puppy. That Duke puppy was treeing in the woods at like 3 months old. Me and Clifton hunted him, and he treed over there next to the garage when he was like, he had to been like 3.5 months old. I gave them dogs away too. I gave Copper away. That dog was a fine coon dog. I gave him to Waylon for free. I mean, he treated coons but he treated possum all the damn time. That's what's wrong with that dog. And then like Corey Hazard was like $1,500 dog back then. I sold him to Corey for $125. And then I had that Chopper dog, which was a world champion bred plot dog. That me and Waylon he had a blue pup the same birthday as that dog. Me and Waylon had them treeing. I got videos of them treeing. Gave that dog to Waylon. I've been through so many good dogs that it's not a point. You get a good dog, and if you ain't got good people to run it with, there ain't no point in having a good dog. I'll run a dog by myself as long as it's needing work and I want to train on it. But I'm not into just going out in the woods and steadfast hunting with a dog because there's no really point of going out there unless you got something to work on. I would really take a dog with problems over a dog that's grand knighted. That's how I see it. That's how I feel about it. I want a problematic dog because it gives you something to do. What do you want to do with a dog that's already doing it? You can't do anything.
That's why we get, used dogs, hand-me-down dogs. But, like Dixie, I got them dogs when he was pups. Not home when I got Bo. Not the fucking slightest.
You gotta turn your mic down because I can hear me and your mic.
Was it that one?
Talk.
Did that fix it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I hear you. What about now?
You're good.
See, my thing with coon hunting, man, is I just don't do it anymore because I did it for hide. I did it for money.
Yeah, it's rough anymore.
Ain't no sense in having a dog if it ain't working and earning its keep. Now, rabbit dogs, that's like my pleasant thing, And I just, every dog off my litter of pups that I had that I trained hunts, except for 2 of them, and that's the one Dusty and Vontae got. Every other dog, everybody's happy with it. I trained the dogs from 4 weeks old. Well, obviously, I got it on my YouTube. And some of the best, well-behaved, obedient, minded, good hunting rabbit dogs. Am I lying, Booger? I mean, and my Bubba J dog, son, I'll put him up against anybody's dog. I don't give a shit. That dog is fast. That dog is fast. That dog is going to comp hunts fast. I just ain't got a big interest in comp hunting. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't never had one to comp hunting either. I was gonna get into it with Cash or with Tilly, but I don't like the type of people. I think. Well, I can't say that because there is good guys that comp hunt. There is people that are unsavory that comp hunt. And don't care to be around guys like that. And it's like, I don't know about rabbit dogging, man. I can't do rabbit dogs.
You just ain't done it. You ain't done it enough. And with good behind good dogs on a repeat, because I don't honestly, the thing with rabbit hunt with me is I can take the kids, I can take the whole family. The more guns there is, the better it is. You go out, you have a good time. And when you got like Bubba J, last time we went out, he jumped like 5 rabbits in like 10 minutes. And ran them. And that's he's fast. And it's action after action, dude. It's just like that adrenaline, especially when you're like waiting for the rabbit to come and you're shooting, but I like rabbit hunting because especially with kids, when you know that rabbit's coming, you can stand there with the kid and say, all right, get ready. It's going to be coming out somewhere over here, Versus a kid being scared of the dark, whining, coon hunting, a dog getting into a fight with a coon because it didn't die or something. And because I don't care who you are, you ain't good enough to shoot every coon dead out of the tree. I don't give a damn who you are. I've shot, there's times you'll shoot a coon 20, 30 times, and it just sets there.
If you're booger. All right, let's see. Which one of you boys have ever seen me shoot a coon out that weren't dead? Nah. This one right over here, son, I ain't never seen two. If you ain't seen 2 boxes of bullets going to a coon and it's still breathing, you ask the asshole booger how to do it. I don't know how the hell he managed that. Son,
Did I miss?
I don't know. I don't think you did. No, he didn't miss. If I had to swear on the Bible about it, he didn't miss nothing. We put 2 boxes of shells in that thing. It took 1 box to get it halfway down the tree.
Especially when you get them big boars or a sow that's got kits with it.
That's why Robert is scared of coons.
Dude, fuck them coons. They're dead or that's it.
Hey, now see, him 12 years old or something.
I'll tell you boys the trick, and I'll tell you how. It's something that my mamaw taught me.
Back to the bullets.
Right between the
it's something that my mamaw taught me with my own little spin on it, and some information from old Uncle Joe. Okay, crack them right between the eyes. Okay, here's my spin on it. Sight it in, just a little tiny bit to the left or to the right. That way, when you shoot in between the eyes, it goes through the eyeball. And then here's where Uncle Joe comes into play. 22 ballistics. Sight in for 25. It's the same at 50. You're going to shoot about dead perfect in any tree within 25 and 50 yards. So if you sighted in for 25 yards just to the left.
Every 22 I've ever owned has been sighted at 20, 25 yards. Just like my coyote rifles are 0
just to the left.
Are 0 to 33 yards. And when you start playing with ballistics or people that's watching it, coyote hunters, rifle hunters, they'll know why that is. Because what you're doing is you're setting 0 to where at 25 yards, when you're at 100 yards or 50 yards, you're that much closer to being on like a 0 to like a 33, 200. You fight for that like a 223, right? Like my coyote rifle. I'm just almost, so at 100 yards and 200 yards, your 0 resets basically, and you're instead of having to try to adjust a big gap or adjust for longer distances, it's a lot easier, especially when you're like coyote hunting or something and they're moving and they're on the fly, changing yardage. you're that much closer to being on, and you just gotta. It's like a redundant zero. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta. If you look it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. And that's how I've always sighted all my guns. 22s, I've always done 25 yards because it's perfect, especially for coon hunting or squirrel hunting. When you think about the height of a tree, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like cutting trees.
And it's good too because you can still back way off and still be accurate. Because I think I got a video on the YouTube of that where I had to back, I don't know, 50 yards, 60 yards off in the swamp. Can you hear that, Booger, when I talk? Okay. So if we can hear it, whoever watches this can hear it too. But when you back way off, you can still shoot them and knock them flat out the tree because you're still on. You know, and it, like I said, it's just like those. That's how I sight mine in when I'm hunting. And I'm not going to say I ain't never had to shoot something to make it move to get a better shot and knock it out. But I ain't never shot. I don't shoot coon out fighting. I want them out. They're dead or shaking. Period.
I like a fight.
Well, that's not my forte. I never cared for it much. Hey, when you see it,
everybody has their own opinion.
The dog fought some coon. It gives them more drive.
Well, there's dogs out there that made world champ and never even put their mouth on a coon. So,
well, world champion got nothing to do with like pleasure hunting or going out and run and drop and shoot. If we go out and shoot 10 coons in one night, whose dog done better? There's a big difference in that than a comp dog. But I tell you what, even some of the world champion dog owners for comp hunting prefer their dogs to be on live coon because even they say it gives them more drive. You get both sides of the fence with it. You get guys that don't want a coon to come out alive. You get guys that prefer a coon to come out alive. I'm not saying a coon needs to come out alive, but especially training a dog, when you're training a dog needs to see what a coon does. What are you going to do when you do shoot a coon off of that world champion comp dog that ain't never put its mouth on one and it tucks its tail and runs because it's scared to death because it ain't never fought one before? That's just like ours. We train our soldiers, you know what I'm saying? They go out and they get percussion grenades and shit like that and get dropped out for 2 weeks because they want them to understand what it's like to be under pressure. It's no different. If you was to just train a bunch of soldiers without no noise, no nothing, and you drop them in a war zone, half of them's gonna sit there freaking out because all the booming and banging and stuff, the chaos going on in the background. Now you do the same thing with a hunting dog and a coon jumps on it and it's gonna tuck tail and run if it ain't, that's the odds of it. Right?
Well, I'll put it to you this way: is a fighting dog a game bred pit bull? Never been in a fight before in its life. It's bred to fight. You put it in a dog fight, it either gets in or gets out. That has nothing to do with whether it's been in a fight before or not. Nothing.
That is.
And let's take this too. Immature dog gets whooped by a coon. Now what you got is a lame dog because it don't want to. You've put it off. You ain't gave it. It's gotten laid into too hard. And you guys can say what you want. There's a million stories of damn good dogs going lame because they got a whooping put on them by a coon. Rockstar dogs. Rockstar champion dogs.
Because they didn't get one put on it at a young age.
Right.
Well, but like you said, there's two sides to the fence. And a dog should have fire in its belly. You shouldn't have to put it there.
Yeah, that's why I don't for comp hunting because not working that dog like you do if you're going out on a hunt for hide, because it's the way that everything works there. You go out with a dog that's a pleasure dog, and you shoot coon after coon out to it. You find a dog that'll stick a tree better. You want to talk about sticking a tree? All that dog will fight every coon that I shot out to it. That's why he stuck the tree the way he did. Every dog I've ever owned sticks a tree that way. Except for one dog, which was Racket. But I didn't train that dog. I traded for that dog, and he was supposed to hunt. I got him a little bit, but that's one of the dumbest dogs.
That dog hunted with dirt.
The dumbest dog I dealt with in my life. I tell you what that's from. That's from somebody beating that dog off of a tree for treeing a possum or something. That's why he was the way he was.
That dog would have been left in the woods.
You know what I learned about Racket? He was treed. When he was barking, he was treed. You just had to be smart enough to look through the woods within about 30, 40 yards and all the trees, and you would find the coon. He was too scared to get on the tree and actually tree it because he had a bad experience with somebody burning him off a tree or something is exactly what it was, because you couldn't put that dog on a tree and make him stay on it.
I got that dog off you. I put him in the woods, and he did that ground barking stuff, and I waited on him for about 4 hours. He finally made it to a tree, and there weren't shit in it.
Yep.
And I sold it to Sammy the next day.
Because you didn't know how to hunt him. That's what I'm saying. That dog wouldn't tree. He was scared to tree. You had to.
Not till he got on a tree. After about 4 hours.
How long coons with that dog in 15, 20 years? Actually, the first time I've really seen a coon fight a dog was that Racket dog, because he treed. It was 2 coons, and he was in for this group of trees, and I shot him down. And the one come down and whooped on him, so I went up, got it off him, and I'm like, that might help him out. And then I learned about that. If you just look in the vicinity, there's a coon in that vicinity. He just, whatever it was they did with him, made that dog like a
No, that dog was fucked up. That dog was absolutely fucked up, like badly fucked up. I ain't nobody saying he wasn't. We got him that way. He was totally fucked from the get. And
every coon dog I've ever owned stuck a tree. I didn't have to. Every dog I've ever trained stuck a tree. Never had a problem with it. And every one of them dogs, I would put up a other dog would stick a tree, because I could lose a dog for a few days and then be there when I get back. That's because the dog wants that coon that much more, because it knows that the experience that they don't like them. You put that little bit of hatred into them, and they got that much more of a drive.
That's debatable. I disagree with both of y'all. I ain't scared to say it neither.
That's completely fine.
I think you're both dead wrong about it. That's all I say.
There's plenty of compound and old time hunters that know 10 times more than any 3 of us combined know.
And they say one way or the other.
It's one way or the other. Tell you what.
Say some say this, some say that.
Look at the total history of coon hunting for, let's say, 60 years. Actually, go back to, and you go back to them people, ask them what they did with the dogs.
I don't care what they did with their dogs. I don't even know what we're talking about here. Who trains better dogs, or who shoots better, or what? But they ain't the cup of tea I'm drinking out of. But it's y'all can just shoot however y'all want to shoot and train however y'all want to train, and that's the whole thing. I'm not like arguing with you about how you do stuff. Y'all can do whatever you want. I just talk about how I do things, and
well, that's what I'm saying. That's why there's 2 sides of the fence. But if we're
there is, I can't hear you.
That's what I'm talking about. Is there is 2 sides of the fence. But if we're going to talk about who trains dogs better, it is me.
Nah, sorry.
We'll go with
sorry.
Same litter.
Well, them red bones were already grand knighted. The red bones were already grand knighted. Your beagle dogs were already running.
What beagle dogs were running?
The ones that you got from Rob or whatever.
Oh, I bought.
Then you had Tank.
Let's get down to brass tacks.
I think Tank's the only one that you really just had
Tank was a world
solo time on.
You know what about Tank is the person who took him and world knighted him, the world championed him out, gave me full credit for that dog, and wants me to take him rabbit hunting so he can buy a rabbit dog off me.
So I'll tell you this. This is what I'll say. I don't care who trains a better dog. You, without a doubt, train better coon dogs. I, without a doubt, train better squirrel dogs because you have never trained a squirrel dog and I have never trained a rabbit dog. Coon dogs, who cares, right? All I know, I've trained the dogs that I've trained. You've trained dogs that you've trained. How they turn out.
Here's the whole thing.
I gave that dog to Corey. However that dog turned out after I gave it to him, none of my business. Didn't have nothing to do with me. However, Tilly turned out after I gave her to Dusty, nothing to do with me. Right?
This morning after we ran cash, dog. Didn't say he didn't hunt, but he was definitely green. He needed rain.
He was a pup.
I'm saying that dog needed rain. You get a lot of dogs
and that's why the main reason why Corey got that dog.
Exactly. That's why I gave my best rabbit dog away too, because I didn't get to run it. You know what I'm saying? But
Cash wasn't my best dog.
Not a single one of my rabbit dogs hunted when I got them. Matter of fact, every rabbit dog I had issues when I got them. Did they not, Booger? How long did I work on Tess to get her to stop reverse tracking? She ran rabbits backward. That's where, like you said, you prefer to get a dog that has issues. That's what I did with the only rabbit dogs I got that you could say hunted. Both had problems, and actually, Harper didn't hunt at all. I got ripped off on Harper by a big time top hunter that's really well known. That dog didn't even bark for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Tess, dude burnt her up with a shot collar so bad, you couldn't even get her to leave your feet. You couldn't get her to do nothing. That dog would walk around pissing all over the floor and just skittish as all hell. Was she not, Booger? You know what I'm saying? It took a lot of work with them dogs. Now on my beagle pups, every dog everybody owns on my beagle pups, every person that bought one, I can show you right where every one of them will tell you that dog hunts. Some of the best dogs I've ever ran. Squirrel dogs, I don't got no interest in a squirrel dog just because I'll go shoot my limited squirrels with my squirrel call. You know what I'm saying? That little Tilly dog, when we went out with her with Dusty wouldn't listen. He kept walking around and moving around, not letting her focus. That's what I told you. She's a sight dog. I took her out by myself, me, Haley, and the girls, and we just sat there. And when she heard a squirrel, whoop, she went and gone. She didn't tree it, but she instantly went to it. You know what I'm saying? Cash, he just was a pup, just a regular old green dog. You could tell he started good, whatever. But to me, I didn't like Cash just because I don't like big ass fucking dogs. I don't like big dogs, period.
The Cash man was a tree dog.
You know,
never once slick treed ever. And he I got it on. Look, man.
He was super well behaved.
This is what I'll tell you. You trained Cash, and thank you for it. Because that's what it sounds like you're wanting me to say.
Okay. I will tell
that's what it sounds like you want me to say after I have
the whole
hours of content training.
The whole reason
I have all on video, everything I ever did with that dog. I got his whole entire 6 weeks old till the time I get rid of him. Every single thing that he ever did. But he needed what y'all said he needed. And Tilly, whoever Dusty got rid of Tilly to, didn't send me videos of her treeing a squirrel after Dusty and y'all said she wouldn't tree nothing. Couldn't make her tree nothing. But
tree. I said wait till the leaves are off the trees. Is what I said. That's all I said.
And that's the same thing I told him too. I said you're gonna walk her around in the woods with the leaves on. She might tree something, but she ain't gonna bark unless she actually sees it. But that's a totally different story. I'm just talking like it is what it is. I think that my dogs need what my dogs say. That's what I think.
You get two types of squirrel dogs. You get a sight dog or you get a track dog, and you ain't taking a fucking sight dog in the woods with leaves on the tree expecting it to tree much of nothing. Especially when you're watching them. And that's what I told him about Philly. And when
that's exactly what I agree with. I agree with that 100%. Same thing I told him.
When he said, rid of her, I told him, why don't you wait till the leaves are off the tree? Because at least if you get rid of her, you'll be able to sell her as a full-blown tree, because that's a sight dog. Cash, I hunted him one way. I don't like the dog personally because I didn't like the dog. I don't like big, dark-colored blue tips. I don't like big clod hopping ass dogs. He was well behaved. The first tree he got was a fucking slick tree, and then we had to move 20 foot over and help him get on it. But he was also stuck in fucking 5 foot of fucking 100 yards of thickets, fighting to even get through them. So we pulled him out, got him on the other side. You know what I'm saying? He got in the vicinity of it. Corey was right there. Corey walked up, got close to the tree. He treed the coon. We shot it out. The coon fell down, went into those same thickets that dog just came out of, and the coon got stuck, and Cash got stuck in like a big ball, and we had to fight through it just to get in there to get the motherfuckers out. That's what happened with Cash. Then I took him up the road, and I got that dog downwind. I got him where he could smell, and I dropped him at a spot that the wind was perfect on. He got out of the truck and ran straight to a tree about 150 yards out in the dead center middle of a swamp, and blew the top off of it. That's also because that dog was in the vicinity of that fresh scent coming through, across that wind coming through there, like any dog, like a road hunting dog. That's what Cash would have been perfect for, is a road hunting dog, because he had to.
Let me just stop you here, and this is where I have a problem. This I'll just tell you honestly. This is why I have an issue with this. A dog that I had for over a year, trained, hunted, shot coon off of, got him off trees, put all the work into, fed him, paid the feed bill, dealt with him, every bit of it, a year and a half or more. You have him for one night, you know everything about him, you know how he hunts, you know what he needs, you know everything. Do you not see an issue with that? I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're right, but I'm saying, don't you see an issue with that? Because that's where I see an issue with, right? Because I never asked any one of y'all what that dog did or how he done.
I told you what he did because Mr. over here was riling you up about him.
Ron, I ain't got no reason to be riled up. I ain't got no reason to be riled up. What's riling me up is that I keep having to hear about the dog from you that I trained, and you only hunted him once or twice or 5 times. I had him for a whole year. You think I don't know the dog more than you do?
Here's this. How can you be such a good dog trainer, but you can't take criticism of a dog that you trained?
Because it's coming from somebody that hunted it like twice.
I told you my assessment of that dog.
No, I don't care your assessment because you don't know the dog.
I know that dog was green as fuck when we hunted it that night. I don't give a fuck. Out of all the
you wish it was. That's you. Your opinion of a green dog must be something totally out of this world. Because how does a green dog blow the top off a tree?
You know what a green dog is, right?
A green dog is a dog. A green dog is a dog that's never done nothing.
A green dog.
Never seen a coon. Never smelled a coon. Never bit a coon. Never barked at one. That's a green dog.
A green dog is a young dog in the woods that ain't got too much experience.
No, a young dog is a young dog in the woods. A green dog is a dog that ain't never been fooled with. So when you're saying that he's a green dog, you're telling me to my face that that dog never even seen or smelled a coon. And I got videos of him on coon. So maybe it's just a miscommunication of what you're saying a green dog is. But that's a green dog's a dog that ain't never been fooled with.
How could I say that when we went and shot coons off that dog? That's where you're saying it.
But you're saying it. But you're saying he's a green dog.
My version of a green dog is a dog that ain't got much experience. Is a dog is a star.
There's a okay.
That's what
green dog.
A green dog.
Green dog. Well, green dog means nothing ever been fooled with at all. Ain't been in the woods. Ain't been on a coon. Ain't been on a cage. Ain't seen smell. Or ain't been on a drag.
In my experience,
that's a green dog.
In my experience, when people are talking about when you're out on a dog and you're like, yeah, he's a little green still, that means he just ain't got the experience yet. Yeah,
look, being a little green and being green or being a young dog or being whatever.
You think that I'm trying to say that I like took that dog out and hunted it? So I went out and shot that dog if it didn't do what I wanted it to do. That's the difference.
Go shoot it.
Trying to take for your dog. I wouldn't have owned that dog. Just like I told
you. 5 minutes after Corey's got the dog, he's saying he's gonna shoot. What do I care? Shoot the fucker.
Who's saying
like he's telling me I care.
5 minutes after the dog got the dog.
I'll tell you what. Imagine this. Put this through your mind real quick.
Shit talking.
If I even gave 2 fucking flying shits, do you think that I would have gave that dog to Corey for free? Do you think I would have sold that dog to Corey? Don't you think I would have took him and sold him for the $2,500 that he was worth?
Didn't finish treeing.
What do you mean he didn't? For you? On the first night he ever hunted with people he wasn't with?
You want my personal opinion, since it's like aggravation and debate? I think that you had a hard time getting that dog to finish on a tree, and that's why Corey got him. That's why. Or it's because the dog was jumping fences and I got complaints from my trailer park and I had to get rid of the dog. And you're misunderstanding me completely. Booger texted me a bunch of shit about that dog the night we hunted it.
Booger he texts me a bunch of shit about Tilly. That's all that motherfucker does. You just think that he's gonna get me all riled up and I'm gonna be mad at y'all. I'm not mad at nobody.
I don't give a fuck if you're mad at me or not. I'm gonna say
that's the whole thing. You think he's stirring shit, but I'm not getting stirred up about it. I didn't have a problem doing anything with that dog. I didn't have such. I'll put it to you this way: if I had issues training him, I wouldn't have time to film it.
It's a debatable factor with dogs. I mean, video can look good. Trials and tribulations.
You can say what you want.
I'm gonna say what I want because I'm not worried about it either way.
What that dog did for me and what that dog did for you.
Listen, let me explain.
It is not connected.
Simple, real quick. We get 30 seconds to explain something to you. You train dogs, right?
I've trained a lot of dogs. I've trained a lot of dogs. Okay, it's not just dogs. I've trained a lot of dogs. Okay, a lot.
You got a YouTube channel for it too, correct?
What's that?
That cash dog has told you exactly what that dog did. I gave you my opinion of what that dog did that night, and it wasn't just my opinion. It's on video exactly what that dog did that night. We recorded.
And I told you. Okay. And this is what I told y'all.
Just because old fucktard.
You told me that the dog wasn't striking. I told you he wouldn't strike a cold one. And I also told you that he's got what I just say about 30 minutes ago. Silent on a cold one. Blow the top off a hot one.
Messages where I messaged
have a hard time with the medium one.
Where I told you what the dog did because I knew Booger was over there talking mad shit all night.
So I don't care. Yeah, he didn't. It was like the next day or something. I don't fucking know.
talked to you the next day, and I told you exactly what it did, step by step, and we recorded it. I got a video of it, exactly what that dog did.
Video of it. I got 40 videos explaining exactly what causes a dog to act different when it gets new owners. Like, that dog didn't do something funny because I trained it fucked up, right?
You trained that dog.
I couldn't hear you.
I said, you're acting like I'm trying to discredit you for training that dog. All I did was tell you what that dog did the night that I hunted it. Think about it. No different than me and them going.
Well, here's the thing.
No different than seeing them going and spending $4,000 or $5,000 on a dog down south just to bring it up here and get whooped by some red bones. No different. Them dogs probably want some badass fucking dogs. Not on that night.
Well, this is.
I've had bad days in the woods with rabbit dogs and good days. I've had good days and bad days with coon dogs. You know what I'm saying? Exactly what that dog did, and that's why I recorded it, because I knew fuckhead over here was talking shit tonight, so I recorded the entire night. That way he couldn't fucking lie about nothing.
So, I brought Cash up to Jack or to Leslie, and I hunted him with Corey. Cash killed 3 coons that day. Okay. Why? Because Corey's shooting. Why? Because Corey shoots him out what? Fighting. Cash straight smashed. You ain't got to tell me that dog didn't have fight. I've seen him with my own eyes, flat dead a coon, flat dead a possum. Right now.
All I said about that night was this: the first dog looked like dog shit. Second and third drop, he looked pretty good. But guess what happened on the first drop? Him up a little bit. Got him riled up for the night. Was that coon?
Well, he's already been fighting coon because I already had him up there hunting with Corey.
Right, but I get what you're saying.
So you letting him fight something didn't do anything I didn't do for him. So you saying that you letting him fight the coon turned him around?
No,
he had already fought coon.
I'm saying that him starting the night off fighting a coon lit a match under his ass for the rest of the night because he got him from it. No different than when we go drop rabbit dogs after 2 months, 3 months of them sitting, and they go out for 30, 40 minutes and don't do much, but then they get one up and then it's bam, 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 bam all day long. It's like your pull start an engine, and when it finally gets enough, it cranks up and goes. That's all that was, in my opinion, with him. He was ready to go out there. He was like, oh shit, we're hunting tonight, boys. And that's why we dropped it. You know what I'm saying? No different than me dropping rabbit dogs and me having to stand there for 30 minutes like, all right, fuckers, you guys knocked the rust off yet? And then they finally put one up, and then the rest of the day, the rest of the season, they're on fire. Nothing. It's not discrediting you in any way about that dog. All I just told you he did because I thought you might have to know exactly what he did instead of Booger's version.
Well, we're talking. We already found the issue here, and that was the green dog thing.
Well,
I don't care. I know what that dog did. Okay, I know what that dog does. I train that dog. I know when I gave that dog to Corey, that dog had sat up for 4 months. I knew that dog was going to come out there and be a little stale.
But what did I just say?
I already knew that you and Booger were going to go right to that dog and want to run it.
I didn't
because you knew it was going to tree coon.
Nope, I didn't want. Did I want to run that dog, Booger? What'd I say? I said I'm not running that fucking dog because he's gonna think I'm gonna try to say something about the dog. That's exactly what I said. I didn't want to run that dog. I didn't want nothing to do with that dog. That's why when you offered him to me, I didn't take him.
Y'all could. Well, the whole point is like
confusion in who trains my dogs and who trains your dog. There is no confusion there. So I wasn't getting a dog from you, and then you thinking I'm saying I trained that dog. Every dog I've ever posted or sold, I trained. Every dog that I've ever had, I trained. The only difference is I had a couple dogs that were a little bit older. Tank, I got Tank because he couldn't get him to coon hunt from that Eric dude that tried to break in our mother. Is who gave me Tank, and he gave me Tank because he couldn't even get him to mess with a coon. So he tried getting him to run rabbits, and he couldn't get him to do that. So he gave him to me. The one to take to get Tank going.
Let me ask you a question. Who helped you dump the coon on Bo? Who helped you? Who was there holding the leash, helping you dump the coons out on tank? Who was there? Who was there running drags for your dog? Who was there running cages across the ground for your dogs?
Who's in the videos on our YouTube doing it? Oh.
No, I want you to understand it. What I'm trying to tell you.
I know what you're trying to tell me, but
is I helped you train dogs. Okay, I helped you train some of them dogs, just like you helped me train some of those dogs too.
And that's
it's not a question.
I
haven't sat here and said that I've trained every single dog myself, because it's a lie, and you shouldn't say it either. I can say that you have not trained Cash or Tilly.
I have nothing to do with dogs.
You can say I have not trained your rabbit dogs.
I told Dusty for 2 months that I would take Tilly because Dusty was not capable of handling that dog or running her period. Did I not? But
Dusty told me he was going to run her, and that's the only thing Dusty didn't do.
I told Dusty
that he said he was going to.
That's what I told Dusty. When he started
to run that dog.
I said, I'll take that dog. He said, pay me for it. I said, I'm not paying you for a dog that my brother gave you. I don't give a fuck. I'm not. If you want to get rid of her, I will take her and that dog will hunt and you'll be able to go out and hunt with her. We'll take her out and hunt her. That is a sight hunting dog. You're hunting her at the wrong time of the year. Did I not say that, Booger? Yeah. How many times did I say that?
Well, we also said you got to get the bitch in the woods.
I also told him that daily, just like I tell him every day with his fucking beagle. Because how do you think I feel about every I had 11 pups in my litter. One died. I had 10 pups that I trained, right? Out of the beagles. 8 of those pups hunt. 2 of those pups are at a big-ass rabbit dog kennel up north. And they absolutely love them. 8 of those dogs hunt. And everybody has commented and waiting for more pups or told me how good them dogs were. The only 2 dogs that do not hunt out of that whole litter of my rabbit dogs is Dusty's and Devontae's. And that is lack of them because both of them dogs had the exact same training as all the other dogs did. They let them set in kennels and go to waste. You cannot do that with a dog. And that's all I'm saying about Cash. That's why I said after he got into that coon that night, it lit him up for the night. I knew that dog had been sitting. That's all I had to say about that. I didn't say I trained that dog a bit. But I did light a match under that dog's ass that night because he got to go out, get into a coon, get into a little bit of a mess with him, and it made him want another one that much more that night. That's what that dog did. My personal opinion, that dog was still a pup. He still needed ran. A finished dog is not finished until you know when a dog's finished, period. A finished dog is from truck to tree to drop to repeat to repeat. Anybody that coon hunts or rabbit hunts understands that it is about repetitive measures, repeating the process over and over and over again. The experience, just like shooting a gun over and over again, is where you get the experience of doing it. That's how you get good at it. All I seen was what I just said, like I explained it. Just like you said, he'd been sitting 4 months before we took him out. No shit. I already knew that I knew that he just needed a match lit under his ass. No different than Bo after Bo would go missing and we'd have to take him out and get him going. Like when the people gave him the deer legs and he started acting stupid. No different than Tess. That rabbit dog Tess of mine, one of the hardest dogs till this day that I've ever had to train, I've ever had to work with and have the patience for, because anybody that trains dogs knows that the most important thing with training a dog is patience, right? Tess couldn't even raise your voice loud around that dog. What would she do, Booger? It don't matter if you was a mile in the woods. She was going and laying under the truck. I couldn't discipline her in any way, shape, or form. That dog had been beaten and shocked by somebody to the point where she was so skittish, and you know what I'm saying? Tilly told Dusty, if you don't want the dog, I'll take her. She was down here at Corey's anyways. Then he took her over there. Kept trying to sell her to Corey, kept trying to sell her to me. Me and Corey kept telling him the same thing. Corey told him, son, she was supposed to be coming to me before you even got her. I told him, I'm not paying you for a dog my brother gave you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I told him every day, get the dog in the woods, dude. Get the dog in the woods. Same problem with the beagles. But out of that litter of beagles, those are the only 2 dogs. Them dogs were at my house, trained with all the other pups, and all the videos of them pups being trained until they picked them up and they sat in kennels and didn't get ran. Case in point, run your dogs, right? There's that whole fact of the measure. I gave away my all-time favorite rabbit dog that I've ever had. I gave away because I couldn't run her. I couldn't run them. I was like, well, it's better than her sitting in her kennel all the time. It's better than going out all day in an area that just ain't got no rabbits.
You know what I think? Well, I think Booger's been riling you up. I think Booger's been riling you up, son.
Booger ain't riling me up. Booger ain't riling me up. I'm just being clear about certain things because Booger does think shit. There's people that think shit. Me and you have literally almost killed each other over coon dogs, so I think being clear is a very important thing, correct?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Because why?
I ain't settling for less.
Damn right. I'm not going to say my story or my statement or what I got to say for nobody. Period. Oh, my phone died.
He can jump back in whenever he gets his phone back up. Oh, we got to boot him. Look what you done did now, Booger. Let me grab a drink.
Didn't do nothing.
Ready to put this bad boy on your channel or what?
We just, like Sean said, take fuck dog, sell it. You know what I mean?
I don't want a dog. And I'll tell you this.
Here's the whole point, though.
There's no what. Tell me your point.
Hear what our opinions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dusty?
Shit, dude. I think let me look for my cigarettes real quick. Oh, I got them right here. Go ahead.
Is Dusty thinks it's cool to make a deal and not keep his end of the deal.
What end of the deal did he not keep?
It don't matter. You said if you wanted a pup. Okay.
If I wanted a pup if I wanted a pup out of the breeding that I set up for Tilly, the squirrel dog, to have a litter of pups by. Nothing to do with the beagle.
I don't care about it. Ain't about getting a beagle. Like we said, if you got a beagle, and so the motherfucker. It's making, because Dusty's like, yeah, I owe Robert the pup. As soon as I breed it, I owe Robert a pup. So in his mind, he owes you a pup.
If he owes me a pup, he owes me a tree dog. He don't owe me a beagle dog. I don't even run beagles. I don't even rabbit hunt. And it's not saying that I got a problem. Look, this is the whole thing. Before Micah even ever got heavy into rabbit hunting, okay, he's always had a little beagle here or there, right? Yeah. I've had beagles. I gave Mike a pair of beagles, AKC registered beagles, because I don't like beagles. I don't like beagles, dude.
What did I say, bitch? What did
I don't.
say?
I don't like beagles. I don't like them in my house. I don't. It's not that I don't like beagles because I can't train them. Okay, it's not anything to do with that. I don't like beagles because they are what they are. I can't stand a beagle, dude. I just can't stand a beagle. It has nothing to, I've never even tried. Okay, this is where we're going to make the clear distinction here. I have never even tried to train a beagle. I've never even made it that far with a beagle to even try to train it to hunt. I don't like beagles. From the time that they are fucking puppies, I can't stand them, dude. They're bred against me. I don't like them. I don't even want it. Dude, I don't even want to think about having a beagle, man. I gave beagles an honest fair shake when I wasn't a kid and I was actually an adult and I actually could do something. Then they lasted 2 months, dude. I don't like them. I don't like their attitudes. I don't like the way they're bred. They're way too stubborn, dude. If you don't let them do whatever that they want to do, all they do is bark. They got a horrible bark. It's aggravating to high heavens to listen to a beagle bark if it ain't hunting something. They're awful. They're completely awful. All right, they're awful. This has not been something that has been different about me, dude, since I was a teenager. Okay, it's not like all of a sudden I started hating beagles. No, dude, I have not liked beagles since I was a teenager.
Ain't about that. You ain't seeing our point. You ain't even got to touch the dog. Sean said he'll sell it for you. You know what I'm saying? It's the whole fact that you gave him that dog.
He don't owe me no damn dog.
Though. He thinks he does.
Listen, I had it. Yeah.
Yeah. He thinks he owes you a dog.
Dusty does not owe me a dog.
Dusty
and if he thinks
he
that
you a dog.
He don't owe me no dog.
He owes me a dog.
Well, get it from him because I'm doing. I'm telling you, is
Robert's got a grudge against beagles for some reason.
I always have, and that's what I was just telling him.
One bite you one time or something?
No, I would tell you the exact reason why I don't like beagles, right to the exact T. Okay, I'll tell you the exact moment I knew I never wanted to own another damn beagle in my life. And it was when I was trying to leash break Huck.
Yeah.
When I was trying to leash break Huck, you remember
they're
Huck?
Stubborn.
They're god awful, dude.
But I
can't stand it, dude. I can't stand it.
Listen to me on this though. The problem with a beagle is they're a very loving dog, right? They're very affectionate dogs. You cannot discipline them in any way the same that you do another dog. They're super easy to train when you learn that about beagles. They just want you to appreciate what they're doing a little more than another dog. But I promise you this much.
Yeah, I just don't like that, man.
They are the most loving.
They're needy, bro. They're too needy for me. I can't do it.
I don't know, man. They've got me. I mean, I'm hooked on the son of a bitches, so I ain't. But
well, maybe you like dogs a little more than I do, dude. But I can't. See, Snoopy. You remember when you got Snoopy? That fucker was so bad, dude. He would break out of the fucking house, bro.
Oh yeah, they're escape artists.
He would break out of the house. That's the second reason. Okay, so I'll just go down the list. When I really, really knew that I didn't want to fuck with beagles is when I was trying to leash break Huck. That did it for me. Right? That was like, I'm not getting another beagle. The only other beagles I ever owned since then was the Sheagles. And I gave them to you. And I only had them for like a month. Right? I got them dogs and said, fuck, I was right. I don't want beagles.
What the fuck is a Sheagle?
The two blue female beagles that I gave you up there when you lived on Cooper.
On Cooper.
The big house on Cooper. I brought them 2 blue tick beagles up there and gave them to you. Because I didn't even want them motherfuckers, dude. Yeah, they're escape artists. You can't keep them you couldn't keep them in a fucking cement block, dude.
But I tell you what, I'm dead serious, and this is what I'll say. It'll be hard finding a dog that's more proud. I swear. I don't know. There's something. When you walk out of the woods after hunting all day with beagles, they're the most proud damn dogs, and they walk like, yeah, buddy, look what we just did. It's a different type of hunt. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll go. I've been rabbit hunting. I mean, I've been hunting with your dogs a couple different times. We were rabbit hunting with Dad and Kurt way back in the day. Yep. I've been rabbit hunting. I can't stand how they're way too needy, dude. They got to have a person. That's what really they're not okay by themselves. They're just not. They like. I don't. Dusty doesn't owe me a dog. That's besides the beagle point, right? Even if the only way that I would take a dog from Dusty is if it was a pup out of Tilly with that breeding that I lined up,
Right?
Because that is what I told Dusty, right? No, because the deal was with Dusty, and Dusty knows this. Is Dusty, you can have this dog, right?
If you breed,
don't owe me nothing on it. I already have a breeding lined up with this dog. Okay, if you breed this dog to this male, I would like to look at the pups and take a pic of the pups if I even want a pup out of that litter, right? Because out of that litter, I was looking for a specific dog. Specific fixes on Tilly. Underbite, not there. High rear end, not there. A little bit shorter because she's a little too tall, right? I was looking for specific dog when I lined that breeding up. And if that dog wasn't going to come out of that breeding, then I wasn't going to take a pup. And I explained this all to Dusty. Here's the guy's number. Here's the dog. Breed them.
Right.
Let me look at the pups. If I like a pup, I'll take a pup. You don't owe me money. You don't owe me a pup.
See, like when he got the beagle, my whole thing was, I told him, because told him
something about your camera.
The only thing I got to say about the dog is, if you go to breed that dog, I want you to run it by me on what dog you're breeding it with first, because I don't want some just shitty breeding done with my bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's the only thing I said about it. Now, with you, I get it because it's like, well, I already set it up. If you breed this dog to this dog like I planned on, I'd like to get my benefit of why I wanted to breed it in the first place.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I get that completely.
It wasn't, hey, you can have this dog now, give me a dog later.
This is what else I'll say. If Dusty owes you a dog or feels that he owes you a dog because he didn't breed with that dog, because that's what it is. He feels like, well, damn, I didn't breed that dog. But here's the thing. If you're going to take a dog, the litter of pups that he has right now, you're not getting a better bloodline. You're not getting the sire to the pups. I'm talking the entire 4th-generation paper is all gun dog champion. My dog's bloodline is all gun dog champion. All back to pace, all back to turbo. They're very well bred dogs. They're Branco. You know what I'm saying? If he felt obligated to give you one because he didn't breed Tilly, it would be a good pup to get whether you sold it or whatever. But I get you not wanting one. But what I will say is, with beagles, man, from coon hunting to beagles, I won't go back to coon hunting unless hide jumps up again. The reason is because there's nothing more fun than being able to go out with family, friends, kids, tear some rabbits up, run some dogs, as long as they're good dogs, well-behaved dogs. One thing I hate more than anything is a beagle that don't listen.
They all don't listen if you ask me.
Shit, my dog listens. Booger.
Let me ask you a real question. Would your dogs listen to you if you didn't have a damn shock collar?
100%. Boogers, I trained all my dogs without shock collars.
No, I mean,
would they collars to train them?
Would they absolutely, definitively do what you say if you did not have a shock collar or used a shock collar on them ever? Like, ever.
Oh, yeah. I've never trained them with a shock collar, though. The only thing they know a shock collar for is tone breaking. But you can ask Booger. You can ask Booger, Dusty, and Corey. I bet you won't find a better minded dog than mine. Mine don't need a collar on, do they, Booger?
Well, why I'm saying that is because beagles are fucking awful. I can't stand beagles. I can't do it. I can hunt. I can hunt with beagles.
If you have the patience, if you have the patience and the skill set of what it takes to train a beagle, it's super, super easy. That's where people mess up. And also, if you don't have that patience or that skill set, it's really, really hard. But I can tell you this much. If my dogs are 500 yards out across the field and I yell load up, where do my dogs go, Booger?
Right.
Collars or no collars. It don't matter. The only time you're going to have a hard problem with my dogs is if they're on a rabbit. But who the hell wants to call a dog off anyway? But I can still call my dogs off a rabbit. Everybody else I hunt with can't. Everybody else I hunt with spends time chasing their dog down or toning it or shocking it to get it to come back. And what do I say I'm the proudest about with my dogs, Booger? What did I say? The obedience of my dogs. Because ain't nobody got a better minding beagle than I do, I promise you. Especially when it comes to Cowboy. My Cowboy dog, that dog, he don't need a collar, nothing. It don't matter. Unless he gets out of hearing me, that dog's coming back when I say something. But shock collar, no, I always train my dogs with no shock collars. That way I don't end up turning one up or making one skittish. And that way I teach, because I do dogs like this. The scent comes out as soon as they start moving, whether it's a live animal or scent or whatever. But my main focus is obedience. I want that dog to listen to me. When I say load up, when I say dead rabbit, when I say anything, I want that dog to know it better listen. And I don't do that with shock collars. The only thing that I like shock collars for specifically is the GPS and tone. Because Tess started going deaf on me, and I would sit there yelling and she couldn't hear me, and I would have to tone her to get her to come back. You know, Cowboy he hunts deep when he hunts, so he'll get out of yelling, get down in a valley or something, and I can tone him and he'll come back. But you'll never see me tone my dogs more than one time either. That's all it takes. It's not from burning them up or nothing. It's just once you have that bond, beagles are a dog that you got to bond with. You know what I'm saying? Every dog's a little different. Beagles, I've just learned that, like, you show them love, you amp them up, hype them up, they're going to be a good dog. If you got the patience and you don't, because what happens with most people with a beagle is they learn that they're stubborn, and they're like, oh my God, just listen to me after about the 100th time of trying to get them to do something. And that's where they're the most stubborn damn dog I've ever dealt with. And then you got guys that have ran beagle, like Rob, you know what I'm saying? People that are big beaglers that have ran dogs and trained them repeatedly when it comes to beagles. And they've learned how to train them. They're like, dude, it's the easiest thing in the world. You know what I mean? And that's the only thing that I've learned with beagles is you need a little bit more patience, and you have to approach the training session differently. You kind of got to let them think they're in control in a bit of a way. You know?
And that's why I can't stand them. I see. This is the word we're making, but I'm not incapable of training the beagle. Trust
No,
me,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's people.
I am not willing to do exactly what you just said. Let them think that they're in control. I'm not willing to do that on any level with a dog. I don't care what kind of dog it is. That's never going to happen for a dog. I'm the boss all the time, period, end of story. Even if you are stubborn. And I'll tell you just how this worked out, leash breaking hook. I drug that dog around the yard for about 5 hours. Okay.
Right.
I drug that dog around the yard a whole day until it was dark, and I put him in his cage, brought him out of his cage, put him on a leash, and guess what he did? Walked on the leash like he is the best little dude ever was. But there ain't no dog that's going to be more stubborn than me. But I'm not wasting 6 hours in the yard to leash break a dog.
The difference is it takes 30 minutes.
Well, if
30 minutes a day with a pup, as it grows up and you just build that bond with it with a beagle, that dog's gonna do whatever you want to do. It's not that you're really letting them think they're in control. I'm saying when it comes down to like the scent of it and things like that, because like Bubba J won't even go hunting until I tell him to. You've seen it, haven't you, Booger? That dog don't go hunting until I say hunt. You know what I'm saying? It's just what I'm trying to say is once you learn the critique in the perfection of training a beagle, anybody that's a beagler knows that like it's a cakewalk. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it's harder to train a coon dog than it is a beagle. It's harder to train some beagles than it is a coon dog. But then you get these stubborn beagles like that test dog, but that's because somebody trained her improperly. You know what I'm saying?
So here's the thing. I'm not wasting my time to train a beagle when I don't even rabbit hunt like that. That's the big factor in it, right? If I trained a beagle dog, it would be for no reason in this world at all. I'll probably never even shoot a rabbit off a dog, right? I'll probably never even shoot a rabbit off a dog. I don't eat rabbit, okay? And the hide ain't worth nothing. It would be literally for absolutely zero reason, zero-sum game. The dog would get nothing out of it. I'd get nothing out of it because I would be training a dog for no reason. I learned that very early on with the rabbit thing. I'll go rabbit hunting with you. Like I've been rabbit hunting with you a few times. Like I said, we've been rabbit hunting. You know, it's not like I don't exclusively ever rabbit hunt. It's not in my book to go rabbit hunt. I never cared for it. Even when we were kids, dude, I never really cared for it. But that's just, rabbit's not my game. Nothing's my game. I don't even care for deer hunting. I don't even care for squirrel hunting. I don't even care for rabbit hunting. The only thing that I care for doing hunting wise is coon hunting. And like you said, hide's so fucking low these days. You can't even make a penny off it. So there's like no point even doing that unless you're comp hunting. And like I said, I'm not even into comp hunting either. Right? Like I did the squirrel dog thing because I wanted to give it a try. Right? I could have just got another coon dog. But I don't know. I'm getting too old for this shit. Where'd he go?
In the store.
Oh, but yeah, no. So I'm getting too old to be fucking dealing with this shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not even one. I'm not gonna go run a dog that's already trained either. I'm not gonna pick up a dog that's already been fooled with or messed with and trained. I just don't. Not my thing to deal with.
You know, I mean,
And this whole dog training stuff, man, I've learned it's all fun when you're a kid, but unless you got something you can actually do with them, there ain't really much point in doing it.
Some things, some people. Just
What, y'all both off the damn podcast or what? And his damn door's ringing. What do you mean he went in a store?
yeah. Or getting gas or something. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my whole thing is some people need to learn that when they make a deal, they need to stick to it.
Booger, that ain't the damn deal. That ain't the deal that was made.
Whatever.
If I made Dusty give me a beagle pup, I'd be a liar and a cheat. I ain't making that boy give me no dog that I never said he had to give me. Just because he thinks that he should give me a dog. Only thing Dusty's trying to do is make it right because he feels like he didn't come on through with the end of the deal breeding the dog. I never told Dusty that the only way he gets this dog, I never told him the only way that he gets this dog is if he breeds it. He never had to breed the dog.
He took the dog because he thought he was going to make a bunch of money off it.
When I tell you, comp hunter guys would have paid 25, 30 grand for that dog, I'm not bullshitting you. And if he didn't sell it to a comp hunter guy, it's his own fault.
The point is that wanted everybody else to do that dog. Train it. And then when he didn't want it, he wanted them to buy it.
Look, if I wanted to keep that dog, I would have kept the dog.
What are you girls talking about?
He's still trying to convince me to get a pup off of Dusty.
You don't want one.
No, I don't want. And this is what I just told him. If I took a puppy from Dusty, I'd be lying and stealing. Because I did not tell him that he owed me a dog.
Yep, you just meant out of that litter.
Yep, and I did, and this is also what I told him too. I did not tell Dusty that the only way that you get this dog for free is if you breed this dog. No.
Right.
I told him if you do. I didn't say you have to. And the whole thing, there's a lot of reasons why I give a dog away for free, especially a dog that's running or trained. One is because I can't run it, right? It's been laid up. I won't keep a dog around. That's a hunting dog. It's different keeping a pup that ain't been fooled with, but a dog that's going, no, it's not staling up around my house. It's not, I'm not feeding a dog that ain't running. I'm not doing that to a dog. That's one of the biggest things Mama ever told any of us.
Yep.
If that, you know what I mean? That straight from Mama. If you ain't hunting them, you can't keep them because that's
I'll tell you this much. I want to say this. I learned a big portion of training dogs from Mama. And I learned a big portion of training dogs from Mama because Mama knew not only how Papa trained dogs, but who was it, Booger? That JoJo came from? Larry?
No, I don't think Herman.
No, it wasn't Herman.
Harold. Somebody came from Harold.
And Mama and Willie Stevens, till this day, I still use the way Willie taught me how to get a coon dog to leave a coon alone. And that's the cornstalk trick. Remember with the bag? When I started carrying the bag, that big army bag?
Yeah.
I learned that from Willie Stevens. Well, he taught me to hit him with the tip of the fuzzy part of a cornstalk when they won't leave it alone because it scratches their nose up, and I've used that method forever. You know, Booger taught me how to miss 100 times. Is he paying attention?
No, he's off fucking around. No, that's one thing that I say this on a lot of the videos that I've done, dude. Is we grew up around people. We grew up around dog people. We grew up around old school dog people, top to bottom. Mama, Papa, Gary, Tammy, Booger.
Think about this.
All of them.
Think about this. Our great grandpa took Willie Stevens coon hunting when he was a kid.
Right.
Our grandfather, and I've been waiting on Ryan to get back a hold of me. Our Papa has an entire news article in the fur house of Willie's for being one of the first people to tree 20 coon. It was 19 coons is what it ended up being in one night with JoJo, with one dog. And that news article is in the fur house, and I've been trying to get it.
Yeah, I mean, we're different, I think.
We're
because
like 4 generations.
We're way different than a lot of guys, and we're from the bottom at the same time.
Yep.
A lot of these guys that are 4th and 5th generation guys, their money, they got their money. Yep. They're running their own blood. They're, you know what I mean. They're doing whatever they're doing.
You get a lot of the rich guys paying guys to run their dogs too.
Exactly.
They're running a dog which is cool because you get the opportunity to run a dog that you might not have got to run. But in my personal opinion, every dog I run, I want to train it. I want to get it. I prefer puppies because I got that dog from a pup. I know that dog like the back of my hand. Like you were saying with Cash and Tilly, you know the dog. You know what I'm saying? With my dogs, like Bubba J is turning into the baddest rabbit dog I have ever seen. Period. I've hunted with people with dogs that I look at like the baddest dogs on this planet with rabbit dogs. Like Rob. Rob's got some of the best rabbit dogs I've ever seen. And I honestly, truly believe Bubba J would be faster. That doesn't mean he'd be better, but I know he'd probably be on jump a lot faster. But I've hunted with guys that their dogs are just absolutely on fire. And the benefit that I have of Bubba J is I've trained that dog since he was born. and that dog and me have a bond, and that's why that dog is what he is. You know what I'm saying? Versus a hand-me-down dog or a dog with issues. That's why I started preferring pups over like we did growing up, because we were from the bottom. All we could get is the dogs nobody wanted. Think about that. You know what I'm saying?
I do know that. I know that all too well, man.
I mean, for us to get pups, you remember what I traded for Dixie and Ann? A fucking shotgun and a 30-foot camper. You know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't have money. I traded a shotgun and a 30-foot camper for them blue tick dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's the first pups that I got. And that's why what I do. Here, Robert, you get one, I get one. Shit, I ain't got no reason to have two of these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? And that was the whole thing, is like, we wanted puppies to train when we were younger, but we couldn't afford it. And I tell Booger constantly, if I had Bo right now in this day and age, that dog would be 10 times the dog he ever was, because I would have had the experience, the knowledge,
the dogs,
and the ability to go hunting. I mean, fuck, we hunted the same places over and over again because we couldn't even afford gas to go nowhere. And we still turn coons out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we still turn coons up, dude. Bo, I'm telling you, there ain't ever a dog like Bo.
I still ain't hunted with a dog.
There ain't ever gonna. I've never came across a dog. I've been in the woods with lots of dogs. I was just training 5 fucking black and tans over here. You know what I mean? I'm down there at Jim's helping him train dogs, man. There's not another dog on this earth like Bo.
There still hasn't been to this day. Booger, what do I say all the time?
Never gonna happen, bro.
I say that shit constantly, man. And you know, the thing is too, is I got buddies that call me all the time and have me help them when they're having hiccups with their dogs and stuff. Hey, will you come out? We go run this dog. You kind of help me see what we got to do. You know, that's why me and Corey became buddies the way we have over the years, because he'd go get a dog and he's like, well, they said it did this. We'd go out and hunt it. We'd turn it around, get rid of it, or it disappear or whatever. And whatever we had to do. And I've still to this day ain't ever hunted behind a dog like Bo. I've hunted Grand Night Champion dogs. I've hunted dunk dogs that good dogs that'll eat your ass up on a tree. You know, I've hunted dogs that'll absolutely tear you up, but they're good dogs, so they keep them around. I'm not that guy. I've hunted dogs that are just on fire. Boom, 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 boom. And it's never been the same as that dog. It's not the same experience. You know, the way he held a tree, the way he had the drive that dog had, his mouth. You remember when he went missing?
Dude, oh my God. Yeah, dude, we heard him 2 miles down a fucking road.
You heard him down at Willie's from fucking what? 3 miles away, 4 miles away? I don't know how far. Willie's was, I think, about 3 miles, 2.5, 3 miles.
2.5.
Yep. And we heard him down there and go down there. He's in the backyard chained up.
I couldn't believe that. I knew I heard that fucking dog too.
And everybody and their brother tried buying him. We were so poor. We were poor, and that's what nobody understood is about us. And that's why how many, I mean, shit, I got to skip school just to coon hunt. You remember that? You know what I'm saying? Miss Heath. Well, I know you guys are hunting to make money and stuff, so just turn your work in on Friday. Coolest teacher in the damn world right there. But with that said, the most I got offered for Bo was $1,600 or $1,800 without papers. Because I told him I can't get papers, you know what I'm saying? I know what he is. Everybody knew he was a jet dog, things like that. But I got burned up for people buying that dog so much. And after I sold him to that guy that came and bought him, for years, I wish I knew. And I've posted about him, like, does anybody know what happened to this dog? Same thing with Tank, you know, because I did the footwork on figuring out where Tank went and stuff, just because I wanted to clarify that what I was told about Tank being a world champion and going and getting grand knighted or whatever and all that was true. And then to go do that and actually find that out and get the UKC ticket or whatever the hell it's called sent to me, you know, showing all of his info and stuff. And then I ended up getting a hold of Nate, because that's who bought Tank from me. And Nate, I got, right on the messages where Nate said, that's one of the best dogs I've ever hunted behind and shit like that. And it's like to think that those dogs come from some poor, them dog, if they don't hunt, they ain't going to have no dog food type of people. You know what I'm saying? Over some, we got money. And on top of it, no driver's license, no vehicles, and we're still getting out hunting.
Yep.
If we had them dogs in these days, shit, we'd probably have some world champions. If we could have hunted them dogs how we could now, fuck, dude. Especially doing that shit with no shot collars, no tracking collars.
Oh, dude. Oh, don't even get me started on that, dude, because
But that's why my beagles are the way they are, because I really don't know how to train a dog with a shot collar, to be completely honest. I don't really know how to train them with a shot collar. Now, if I get a dog that's aggressive or something, I know how to break them with a shot collar, but I don't know how to particularly train a puppy with a shot collar. So I just don't use shot collars. I trained them 10 puppies, and the only shot collar I had was that Garmin 220 or whatever GPS is all it was. And I would just put it on Tess. I didn't even have shot collars when I had the pups until I still got the same shot collars that I traded you for.
Oh, yeah. I need to get me
them just for GPS. But to think that, like, generational, like, I remember when we were little, and I don't know if I know you probably remember this, when we lived on Coon Hill at the other house, and Papa walked down the road shining for coons, and he put me on his shoulders. I was probably like 2-3 years old. And we'd walk and shine coons, and Uncle Gary would climb up in a tree and get them. You know what I'm saying? That's
so. There are videos on this on my podcast. But,
that's some of the coolest memories I have, because I just, you're walking down the street as a little tiny boy scared to death of the dark, but you're bulletproof because you're with your grandpa and your uncle that know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's crazy. If you think about the way that, like, Papa and them hunted, they didn't shoot the coons. They sent Uncle Gary up the tree to get them. So they didn't put holes in the hide. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly, dude.
And it's just, nowadays, everybody a lot of people feel like they got to have the biggest, baddest gear out there to even train a dog or run a dog.
Oh.
You don't need it. You can simply go get you a puppy or get you a dog. And as long as you work with it and you have the patience and the skill set of understanding what you have to do to get that dog to do what you want it to do, you can have a badass dog. You don't need a shot collar. I mean, think about
I got it on it. What you need for coon hunting, dude. A leash and a collar, buddy.
Yeah.
A leash. You don't even need a shocker. You don't need you need a leash and a collar, and you better have your fucking boots on. That's all.
Yep. And that's how I am. Just because of that, I prefer not using gear to train dogs. The one thing I like that I'm thankful for in this day and now that we're older is the GPS. I could really give a shit less about a shot collar, but the GPS, I like it because how many times did we trek through a swamp and then get the dog and then walk out to a road fucking 100 yards away that we could have took a shortcut to get to? You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That's where GPS helps. And we've hunted with guys that had gear. We've hunted with guys that had top dog gear and GPSs, and our dogs still showed better than theirs. You think about that, you know what I'm saying? I think.
Dude, I fucking Waylon and Sammy. You know how many dogs them motherfuckers went through and never put a whooping on Hazard one time.
You remember?
They bought a whole entire litter of puppies, and couldn't even put a whooping on.
You remember?
Hazard, dude.
You remember Trapper, that blue tick, that jet dog? Do you remember why Waylon wanted to buy that dog from me?
When we went down,
we was on Linehart Road. I don't know if you were there or not. I know Sammy and Waylon was there. Sammy had Racket. Waylon had, I think he had a black and tan or something. I don't even remember what Waylon had. And I had Trapper, and we cut him loose, and their dogs took off, and they couldn't figure out where they was. They had GPS and everything. I had Trapper, nothing. No gear, no nothing. I don't even think that dog had a collar on. And all the dogs went into private land, and they sat there shocking their dogs and trying to get them to come back, and they wouldn't. And I whistled and said, Trapper. And here he come flying down the road, and Waylon said, I want that dog as soon as he seen that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's just from working with him in the yard a little bit. But you got to think, it's not just
I remember the dumbest damn thing I ever did, dude, was the first day you got that trapper dog. You're like, I don't got a collar. Put your collar on this dog. And I put my damn collar on that dog, and he fucking disappeared, son. Do you remember that shit? He fucking disappeared with my fucking collar.
And you got to think about that too, though. Think about how many dogs that we've gotten over the years where somebody's like, this dog's junk, and then we got it and got it to hunt. People thinking they was getting down on us, selling us some junk dog for $150, $200, or trading us some bullshit for it, and then we turn around and end up hunting a dog. That's what we did. Shit, we made money doing it. Get a dog, get it to hunt, sell it. Get a dog, get it to hunt, sell it. That's why you're the way you are with coon dogs, or any dog, is you get done doing what your job was, and you're like, man, I don't even, now it does what it needs to. I need another one. You know, because I'm kind of the same way. When one of my dogs is finishing up, I'm like, shit, I got to get me another one. But you got to think too, think about Molly. Our training skills show in just our house dogs.
Dude, there won't be another dog like Molly, son.
It's like everybody. Americus, when I got her, had a real bad aggression problem. Real bad at using the bathroom in the house. She had all kinds of bad habits. That dog today, I could walk through a middle of 100 dogs with no leash, no nothing. She stays right next to me like she's supposed to. She won't even bat an eye to another dog unless I tell her she can go play. That just comes with experience. Molly, you know, because one thing that we have over most people is this. A lot of people can't do this with their dogs, right? You see it?
Yeah, hand signals.
Most people don't even know how to incorporate that into training. And that's where it comes over time.
See, that's one thing that Molly had over any dog I think I've been around. I didn't don't even got to speak.
That's Americus. I got Americus is the same exact way, and she knows what the different, and that's the thing with Molly. They know what the different directions and the different sounds mean. And most people don't realize it's as simple as here. You just incorporate it into them, you know, and
I have like not seen. Yep. Just like that.
Yep.
Here comes Molly.
Yep. That's how Americus is. You know what I'm saying? People are like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's just, don't your dog do it? You know, kind of, it's normal for us. Like my beagles know. If I do that, I can't do it if they're farther out, but if they're in my vicinity and I do that, they know to come to me, you know what I'm saying? And it's just incorporated in their training. But that's another way when you think about, like, remember Izzy, that beagle that I had?
Yeah.
Like her, I could point in the yard and tell her to go get something. That's what made me like beagles, was that dog, until mom was bad on dogs. We also dealt with our mom ruining our dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when Izzy chewed the carpet out of the house and mom was too scared to make her quit because she thought she might bite her. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah.
See, you gotta, training dogs isn't about, I only train this kind of dog. No,
it's
dude.
It's a skill set.
You gotta be able to train all types of breeds of dogs, do all types of different things.
Yep.
Like obedience training. Yeah, I had a 110-pound Rottweiler, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, she's gonna be obedience trained, and that's what she was. And to this day, I don't think I've met a person that knows Molly that did not say that she is the best dog they have ever been around.
That's how everybody is with Americans.
I mean, till this day, people still talk about Molly. Molly's been dead 6 years, dude.
That's why.
I put a lot of work into that, a lot of time into that dog.
Molly, when mom and them actually, when everything happened or whatever, she got put down, I knew because I went into mom's and she actually went after Presley. And I was like, Mom, that dog ain't right. She ain't never, ever done nothing like that.
No, she's ate up with
I
cancer.
told her, you got to go put her down because she legitimately tried eating Presley up. And I was like, she's blind or something. I was like, she's blind or something. That ain't Molly. And she's like, mom's like, it's just Molly. She's getting old. I said, that ain't Molly.
No, see, Rottweiler, and that's what I told Mom, and Mom would not put her down. Molly was ate up with cancer.
Yep.
And Rottweiler, okay, and then Rottweilers,
don't they?
They have 2-year spans, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, right?
Yep.
Every 2 years, there's a chance for brain tumors for whatever the reason that it is.
Yep.
And when they get a brain tumor, they turn aggressive. That is that's basically the breed standard. That's just how they work.
What's crazy?
And she was 11, right? So she was 11 when she got put down. And when she was, I want to say 8, is when she started getting lumps on her. So Mom kept her around. Mom kept her around for like 4 more years with cancer and tumors and stuff. Yep. And I told her every breath, you got to put the dog down. You got to put the dog down. You got to put the dog down.
When I seen that one hanging off her stomach.
Right. So that was the biggest one. That was the biggest one. And when she first got it and it started getting bigger, I told Mom she's got to put the dog down. But Mom just didn't want to put Molly down.
You didn't have the heart.
No, but
and you gotta think
it's kind of like
to think about this too. Having a mom that's so paranoid and scared of any type of dog that is in of aggression breed by word, right? Pit bulls, Rottweilers, anything like that. To the 2 dogs that have been her favorite her whole life are Molly and America's.
Yeah.
A red-nosed pit and a German Rottweiler.
Yep. So that's one thing that I knew. And even when I moved from Mom's, I called her every day. Mom, you got to put Molly down. Mom, you got to put Molly down. Every single day I called her, like, you have to put the dog down. You got to put her down. She just wouldn't, but that's on that. It's kind of like one of them things, dude, is you have dogs that are prone to getting, like, this is like breed description stuff.
Yeah, like a Great Dane.
Yeah, prone to brain tumors that cause aggression, right? That is always, no matter how good or bad the dog is, every 2 years, that's a thing that will happen. Is that could possibly happen. And her making it to 11, so Molly's 11 years old. I don't think Molly ever bit anybody. Actually bit somebody. Even when I sicked her on people, she didn't even bite them.
And it's
like she should have fucking bit boogers, bitch.
Remember, remember we trained Molly to sick flies, so she didn't bite people.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly.
If
I can find it, we have a video, if you remember, of her picking blackberries with Emily and Aaron and putting them in a bucket. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
Out back at Coon Hill Road, you have to have Mom find the video. Molly would take and just a little bit with her teeth and grab the berry without getting poked.
I think I remember this. Yeah, I think I do.
She was just a smart dog all the way around. That's America's. Everybody's like so scared to death at first, and then they're like, "Oh my God, that's one of the best dogs I've ever been around."
Yeah, it's a lot. And I want to talk about that. Training her to her sick command to sick flies. I did that so nobody else could sick the dog, right? If somebody else came around and they said, sick them, they can't sick the dog. So the sick command for Molly was to sick flies. It wasn't to sick people. you could get her going by telling her to sick people, but she wouldn't bite people.
Right, she was looking for a bug.
I had different commands for her to actually sick people. So when I sick her on people, it's not the word that I use. I use a different word. But if anybody's watching it this far, 4 hours in, that's a good way to prevent people from being able to sick your dog on you or sick your dog on other people by making it sick command something nonsensical like eating flies, right?
See, my dog sick command is a Spanish word. That's the only difference. I don't teach a dog sick in English. And that's so if somebody does try it, you're not gonna figure it out. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna what Dusty.
Peso.
Dusty is the worst for trying to get your dog riled up.
Yeah, he is.
Get him. You know what I'm saying? And expecting that shit. Yeah. I just learned that.
See, Dusty's whole thing, and this is what used to, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Dusty's whole thing, and it's always cracked me up because he used to try it with Molly all the time.
The food?
Dusty's whole thing is he wants to win your dog over to betray you. Because if he can win your dog over to listen to him more than it listens to you, then the dog likes him more. So he used to do this with Molly all the time. He would sit hours and days, weeks, months, however long it took, dude, to, petting her, sneaking her food, being nice to her and just trying to win her over forever. And she would never turn. So that's one thing about Molly is that dog was dead loyal to me till the day that she died, through the cancer, through all of it. If I walked in the house, if I walked in the room, Molly's my dog.
That's what everybody
ever changed about it. Even Tammy was fucking furious because her and Joe had Molly up there at their house when we first moved out there for a while. And as soon as I walked in the house, Molly's mine. And Tammy was like, I can't believe this shit.
That's how Americus. Everybody hates it. Dusty, because Dusty had Americus, and forever he would come over. That's my dog. And then he'd come over and try to, I would say, hear something, or I'd snap my fingers, and he'd be like, she'll come to me before you. And then he'd try, and she's like, nah, bro. And to this day, that's Haley. Haley, the girls, everybody's like, that's my dog. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Americus, you know what I'm saying? She knows who to be loyal to. That dog is also loyal to me because that dog helped me through a bad time, and I helped that dog out of a bad time. You know what I'm saying? That dog was being done very shitty when I got that dog, and it took a lot of work to make that dog what she is today. And that dog's loyal to me for that reason. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That dog does not act the same towards anybody else that she does me. And
there's like Molly and Hazard are the two dogs that I put the most time into, and it showed. The other dogs, it's like I get them and it's like, he ain't really like Hazard, he ain't really like Molly. There ain't been nothing like them since I got them. I mean, Hazard was like, dude, if you could throw something down a hole and it never stopped going down a hole for 1,000 years, that was Hazard. That dog was so far gone and so far bad, dude. I don't even know how I turned that dog around.
I remember when you first got him.
I don't even know how I turned that dog around, dude. But I did it.
I remember when you first got him. We cut him loose. I don't remember where it was at, but we were on the edge of a cornfield, and that motherfucker just took straight off right through the cornfield, 100 mile an hour, boom, gone. And I was like, what the fuck? He just, nope, bye. And he was barking. And as a matter of fact, I think that was on, I want to say Potter Road, because I think we were with Corey.
No, first time me and you hunted him. First time me and you hunted him, the first time I ever hunted him, we took him to, I can't remember.
Fucking truck caught and all that.
No, not Don Road. That was where you had them duck decoys at. And he went out on the lake, and I couldn't get him to come off the lake.
Yep, that was Seymour Road. Yep.
Yeah, I could not, because it was like I only had the dog for like an hour.
Remember when
I wouldn't name him. I didn't even name him for like the first 4 or 5 months I had him. Walker dog.
We ended up going in the fucking ditch because him and Bo got into it in the back seat. Do you remember that?
No, I don't, man.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was Hazard and Bo. We were in that little purple car and we left Dunn Road and we turned the corner right there.
That was Racket and Bo.
No, because it was a Walker dog.
Hazard never hunted with Bo. Not even one time.
What dog was it? It wasn't Racket because Bo was never around Racket.
No, what it was Copper and Hazard, I think. No, that dog's never got into it. I do remember what you're talking about. Like, it was Bo and it was another dang dog. I can't even remember. Was it Bo and Tank?
No, because I didn't hunt Bo and Tank after when I first got Tank to tree. He ate Bo up real bad on a tree out in the back of Coon Hill Road. And that's when I called Nate Wright and told him, like, man, he's mean on a tree. I don't want him. Because I talked to Nate and he said, if you can get him to tree, I'll buy him. And because I kept trying with Tank and he wouldn't hunt. So I finally got sick of it, went out there and dumped that big ass live coon into the doghouse with him out of the live trap. And then they fought for a minute and I cut him loose after the coon ran away. And then I got him to tree after that. Well, then I dropped him with Bo. And you remember my wooden tree stand back in Coon Hill Road? They actually threw the coon in that tree, and Tank ate Bo up real bad. And when I went to get Tank off, that's where I named that stick the Tank stick. You remember the club?
Yeah.
Because Tank tried to eat me up, and I whacked him in the head with that stick real bad. And called Nate Wright and said, "Come get him, by tonight, or I'm shooting him because he's mean on a tree." And so he never hunted with Bo after that one time. I just trying to remember what dog it was. I thought it was Hazard. Hazard was real tall and skinny with an all black back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Hazard. It was like around the time when you first got him. And we had went to Dunn Road in Haley's little purple car. And
you didn't even you didn't have Bo when I got Hazard.
On this new video, Iran
was it Hazard and Racket?
Since the April
because you and Booger wouldn't stop talking smack about Walker dogs and only wanted to deal with the blue dogs, so we never ran them together. You only ever went with Hazard 2 times. Booger never went in the woods with Hazard ever, because he just didn't like the Walker dogs or some shit. And you went with me the first night that we cut him. After that, the next time that you hunted with him, well, the last time that Micah went with him was when we took him to Spring Arbor, him and Copper, and he Hazard treed about 8 coons in the same tree over there in the cornfield. And that was the only ever hunted with Hazard 2 times. Booger never went in the woods with him ever. And then because we caught Copper and Hazard both. Copper went across the street and treed, and Hazard went to the cornfield and treed, and they both treed within like I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. And then we went, and I decided to walk to Hazard first and leave Copper back there. But I'd only had that Copper dog, like, I only had hunted that Copper dog one other time, and he treed a possum. So I went walking to his tree. I was walking
Copper dog came from Anthony, right?
Yep, Copper came from Anthony. He was eating up Marky real bad, and he was starting to get.
I remember hunting with Anthony with Copper. Copper was like a little pup. And then I remember he got back, he ate Marky up or some shit. And then Hazard, where did Hazard come from?
Hazard came from Nate. Well, he didn't come from Nate. He came from a guy that Nate knew.
All right, yeah.
And then
it was like Nate's cousin, or I don't even know who the guy was. But I got a call from Anthony. Anthony said, I got this guy. He's got this dog. He don't want this dog no more. He said he wants to get rid of him. If he makes something, you can come give him $100 for the papers. And Anthony straight up told me, he goes, this is verbatim what Anthony told me. He said, I'm sick of seeing your brother get all the good deals. I'm going to let you in on this one. You can have this dog. I would take this dog if I had room for this dog, but I got Copper, and I think he can make a good dog if you put work into him. If you don't like him, shoot him. And I said, fuck it, come get me, I'll take him. Went over there to pick the dog up. Dog wouldn't even come out of his damn doghouse. I had to drag him out of the fucking doghouse, force him into the damn thing, and then he laid it. You couldn't even feed the dog. He was in the doghouse for like weeks. Every time he seen a person, they hid.
Yeah,
for like.
That's some of the hardest shit to deal with in a dog. Getting a hand-me-down dog that's skittish like that.
Yeah, no, that is some of the. That's hard to turn around. Is what that is hard to do.
That was Tess. You couldn't, dude. I'm telling you, you'd walk by that dog and she would piss all over the floor, man. And
yeah,
that dude that I got her from ought to be fucking socked right in the mouth. And because all he had to say was, I said, can you tell me anything about her? He said, I don't know shit about her, but I'll tell you this much. I bet you she'll never run a deer again. And I knew right then, oh, so you burned her ass up with a shot collar real bad, huh?
Yeah.
You know, and that dog, I couldn't get her out of the dog box. I had to open the dog box and wait for her to stand on the tailgate just to get her. I didn't want to reach in there and get ate up. You know, I just got her. And that's one of the hardest things to turn around. And that's one of the fastest things to cause to happen again by doing the wrong thing with a dog. You might work with that dog for 6 months, a year, and you think it's good and you fucking yell wrong and it right back to that. You know what I mean? I feel bad for dogs to go through that shit.
Yeah, I don't know what they done to that dog, but I thought, well, you got Racket after I already had Hazard. Racket was pretty fucked up, but it was nothing compared to how bad Hazard was off. And shit, by the time I sold that dog to Corey, I'd be in the woods treeing so many damn coon, I'd have to call Booger to bring me more bullets, dude. I'm not even bullshitting you. That dog was hitting 10 or 12 trees a fucking night. He was a damn good dog. And I could give a shit less. If anybody wants to say that dog ran deer, who gives a fuck? I never seen him ran a deer. All I seen is fucking treeing coons. And I don't know what Corey did with him. I still don't know what Corey did with him. As far as what I've heard so many stories out of Corey about what actually happened to that dog. And he said he got hit by a car, and then after he got hit by a car, he started being real mean, so he had to shoot him. He said he was running deer, so he shot him. He said some guy came up from, this is the first and only story that I ever got out of Corey for 10 years. He said a guy named John came up from Ohio and bought that dog for $1,800, and he's back down in Ohio. For 10 years, I bugged Corey, who's the guy named John? Who'd you sell him to? Who'd you sell him to? And then that turned into, well, he got hit by a car. Oh, well, I had to shoot him. Well, he was being people me. Well, he was running deer. It's turned into all this shit. What really happened is I sold Corey that dog for $125 because I couldn't live at Robin and Sean's house, or couldn't keep him at Robin and Sean's house anymore. And I told Corey, here's the papers. I'll be back for this dog when I find a place to live, and I'll give you $250 back for him. Okay. Within a week, Corey sold that dog off to a guy in Ohio for a pocket full of money because that dog was a fucking good dog. And that's the only story for 10 years that Corey told. So whatever he said after that story is neither here nor there, and it's just him trying to avoid whatever. And I know because Waylon also told me, because me, Waylon, and Corey were hunting together all the time, and Waylon and Corey are cousins. Waylon called me the morning that Corey sold that dog and told me that he just sold that dog for $1,500 or $1,800, and the dog's gone. So
I don't know shit about that dog at all, other than a couple times going out with him.
Right.
I never went out with him when Corey had him or not either, but
no, and that all them guys know, even Corey knows, because we started dogs that Corey bought with Hazard. We started, dude, I must have started 30 fucking dogs for Waylon and Sammy, running them with Hazard. That could have been even more than that. Could have been even more dogs than that, and that's why them guys went through. Right, because what they do is get them to treeing and get them down the road. And I'm telling you what, I couldn't even tell you how much money them guys made by running their dogs with my dog. But I always thought it was funny. I always got a kick out of it. I just kept running with them because I was putting a whooping on them left and right.
Right. See, with me, it was always, with me, they would always get some big badass dog and then, let's go hunting. This dog's going to whoop your dog. And I'm like, oh, let's go fucking hunting. They ain't never once outdone me.
I couldn't. I would imagine them guys have been through 10 grand a piece in dogs, trying to get a dog as good as the Walker dog.
And they've been through dogs left and right from fucking them up too.
There was only ever one dog. There's only ever been one dog that Waylon had that I actually really wanted, and he had like some dude. It was like some midget freaking blue tick. I mean, it was like a blue tick the size of a beagle. It was a little female, and it was the only dog that could even remotely closely keep up with Hazard. But see, this is what really got me about this dog, and where I wanted this dog is because Hazard was a solo tree dog. He would not tree with another dog. Period. End of story. He would tree up, a dog would come in to back him, he'd leave and go tree another one, and this dog would sit there treeing on his tree, and he's over here split treed off of his own tree. So he's treeing double, triple the amount of coons as these dogs is treeing, because he won't tree with another dog. Out of all the dogs any of them ever ran through, the only dog that he would get on a tree with was that little blue tick female, for whatever the reason was. And they'd get out there and slam trees, dude. We seen a bunch of eyes with them two dogs in particular. And Waylon had that dog, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, 6 months, something like that. And it never treed nothing. It wouldn't tree anything for him, wouldn't run for him, wouldn't do anything. And he's like, well, let's run them together. I'm like, fine, whatever, dude. We'll run them together. ran them. Both of them went out there. Both of them struck up, and they treed up together. And that's the only time ever Hazard treed with another dog. Even when we cut him, I cut him with Anthony's dog. Now, you want to talk about a good coon dog? I don't give a shit. Hands down, best coon dog I've ever been in the woods with. Well, the fastest dog I've ever seen tree a fucking coon, and I mean repeatedly, is Storm, Anthony's female. Son, we fucking cut them. I shit you not, dude. We cut Hazard and Storm. Boom, cut them. 25 fucking seconds. 25 seconds. This bitch is 250 yards away, slammed on a tree. I've never seen anything like it in my entire life.
See, the main thing with them boys, why I stopped going hunt with any of them guys is because most of their dogs are mean as fuck on a tree.
Well, the only dogs that they ever kept on to is Sammy kept on to Ann and Sammy kept on to Racket. And Waylon, I don't think
Sammy would not come off Little Ann. And I tried buying her back a couple times. He said, that's the best dog I ever had. I ain't getting rid of that fucking dog. And my boys love that dog too much. She ain't.
See, so this is what we did here. He had Ann, and then I sold him Racket. And I still had Hazard. And there was another dog, Copper. It was Copper. So I had Copper and Hazard, and he had Ann and Racket. And we cut them loose, and freaking Hazard and Copper go off, strike a track, split tree, and laying at freaking Sammy's feet. He's switching her with the fucking switch. Then Racket gets over there and backs on Copper. So then, lo and behold, fucking thunder strikes. Hazard's gun shy as a fucking son of a bitch. Peels out about 500 fucking yards. I got to chase him and get him back.
No.
We fucking leash these dogs up. Sammy's like, well, we'll just recut them. He fucking turn them 5 feet this way. Goes his dumbass. Cut him again. Fucking Copper Hazard straight out. Fucking split treed again. Here come fucking Racket back behind him. And this time Ann goes with them. And then we're just cutting dogs, leashing them, cutting them, leashing them, cutting them, leashing them, cutting them, and just Copper Hazard, tree, and fucking we get all the way back down in Dunn Road, and we leash them up and we start walking out of there. A fucking tree branch falls out of the fucking tree and hits Sammy on the fucking head, knocks him slap out right on the fucking ground. And he fucking getting drugged by his fucking dogs on the damn leash through the fucking woods on the ground.
I tell you what.
He gets up and he goes, did you fucking crack me in the head with something? And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? So then I call Booger and I'm fucking with Booger. I said, these motherfuckers just stole my fucking dogs. You better get out here right the fuck now. So...
Wait, take 10 hours?
No, dude, I don't think I've ever seen. We were at Dunn Road, 3 miles away. Booger was in Jackson. He answers the phone. And he's like, what the fuck you want, bitch? I'm in the shower. I'm like, these motherfuckers just stole my fucking dogs, dude. You better get the fuck out here. He beat us to the house on Coon Hill.
I knew that's what he was doing. Did you see what he did? He made it look like his shit froze, and then he
Oh. Yeah, I'm just like, Sammy, and they cracked me up. That Waylon did have a good little hammer pup, and that chopper dog, that little plot dog that I had, we trained them together, and they were pretty close neck and neck on that. I ended up having to get rid of that chopper dog, too, because freaking I had dogs. I was living at Robin and Sean's, and Sean was fucking, he's like, if you're going to keep that dog here, I got to have a shock collar on it. I'm like, all right, what the fuck ever. So Sean sat up there and just shocked the shit out of the fucking dog for so long. I'm like, yeah, you're not going to do that to my fucking dog.
Right.
And I went out there I took the fucking shot collar. I went up there and threw it and fucking on their goddamn table right at Sean. And I just fucking was like, say any motherfucking thing, dude, because I'm going to whoop your fucking ass, dude. You've been shocking the fucking shit out of my dog. And I packed Hazard up, took him straight to Corey, and fucking sold him to Corey for $125.
See,
And that was the end of Hazard. And then Copper was out there, and they were like, well, you need to put a bark collar on him or something. I'm like, that's fair. We'll fucking put a bark collar on him. And what ended up happening with Copper is, even though I had a bark collar on him, Sean was all piss assy because of the fucking shot collar situation with Hazard, and they started bitching about Copper or Chopper out there barking, and I'm like, he's got a fucking bark collar on, dude. You know what I mean? So no, fucking I was like, yeah, I'm not even dealing. Took him straight. Took him to Waylon. Gave him to Waylon. Like, here you go. If you sell him, fucking whatever. Can't have him.
I gave Waylon my red bones.
Yeah, so it's like them guys go through dogs so fucking fast, and the whole thing about it is
with them is Sammy too. Is the main things with them guys is they ruin dogs real quick. Like, they're real bad for getting them, shocking the shit out of them, ruining them. And I think a big part of it is like Racket. The night that I went out with Racket and trapped my dog Trapper and whatever dog Waylon had, and Sammy couldn't tell where Racket was, so he just started shocking him.
yeah.
So he could hear him whine. And I'm like, dude, what if he's on a coon, man? You know?
Yeah, they were,
you know, they were quick, fast, in a hurry to use that big fancy gear.
So you sold Trapper to Waylon when we moved to Wyoming.
Yep.
I never even ran with Trapper. Besides the one time that me and you ran him.
Trapper was a bad motherfucker, dude. I bet you Waylon.
Yeah, I never ran with him. I only ran with him the one time that we did.
Yep, Waylon went out with Trapper the one night, me, him, and Sammy, and seen how he did, and aggravated my brains out for that dog until I kept telling him no, and then we had to move, and I'm like, well, I know Waylon wanted him, so remember I sold Waylon Trapper and the doghouse and all the shit that I had for him, and dirt cheap. The red bones, I actually got the red bones. A dude that was supposed to be my buddy tried doing me dirty with them. Me and Haley had separated, and I had the red bones at our house that we were at, and I had to take them. Well, my buddy's like, you can bring them here, just buy dog food, whatever. So I took the red bones to him, took him out hunting with him, because I'm like, look, man, I don't know when I can come out here to run them. So I'm going to take you hunting with them so you know how to handle them. And we'll go and I'll show you how to hunt them. Because one thing about my red bones is if you did not handle those dogs right, they would eat each other slap up. They would try to kill each other for whoever got to place on the tree or whatever the problem was. So I took them out, showed them how to handle them. And it's only like 2 weeks. Yeah, it was probably only like 2 weeks. And I took dog food out and I gave him a little bit of money. And I told him, like, man, I'm just trying to find somewhere I can keep them. He was like, oh, no, they're good here. I've been, I took them out and I love running them. And I'm like, all right, that's cool, Well, then I was broke as shit. And I was like, well, I'm probably just going to sell them. And he's like, no, you can give them to me. And I'm like, no. And then I got a hold of Waylon. And the deal I made with Waylon was, I'll give you my red bones, man. But if I get somewhere where I can take them back, I want them back. So I went and got the red bones. My buddy threw a big ass fit on me. No, you gave me these dogs. And I was like, I didn't give you nothing, dude. I don't know what you're mistaken. So I lost a buddy over them. A supposedly buddy. So I took the red bones to Waylon when he lived on Elliott. And he fucking loved them dogs. Well, then when I got a house and I hit him up, he's like, well, they're dead. And one got hit by a car and the other one died on me. And I'm like, all right, whatever, But
sold them.
Yeah.
I actually think I gave Waylon I gave Waylon the Chopper dog. He was only like 4 or 5 months old. And Waylon called me the next day. He's like, "Yeah, I just sold that dog." I'm like, I can't really do nothing about it, man.
See, like,
it's like, what can I do about it?
Like little Ann, like I sold her to when I got rid of her to Sammy. That was a mistake. I never should have sold that dog because that dog was treeing at 3-4 months out there with Bo back in the swamp. And then 5 months old, she treated her first coon on her own. That's when I almost shot Clifton in the head on it. Remember? When the gun went off on my shoulder strap and I was bending over?
I wasn't with you.
Well, I bent down and I had that gun on my shoulder and it shot. And the barrel was right next to Clifton's head. And that was the first time Ann treed by herself. And then I went out with Sammy, Waylon, Curtis, Torin, I think Bubbers. It was like a whole truck full of us just drinking and taking the dogs out. And I took Ann out and we dropped her to treed. Sammy got all obsessed with her. That's when he come to the house like the next day in the daytime. What do you want for that dog? What do you want for that dog? I think I sold him that dog for like fucking $300.
We sold him for 300. We sold him for $325 because if you remember, Sammy came over to the house every day for like a month, trying to get me to sell him Dixie for $325, and I kept telling him $350, and he wouldn't come off of $350. He brought beer every day, sat over there. What are you gonna sell? You sell me that dog for $325. $325. And I kept telling him $350, and you walked out there, so I'll sell you mine for $325, and he bought the dog.
And I never should have done it though.
And it was like Dixie was a real good handling dog, but she wouldn't turn a leaf over. And what happened to her is we used to freeze our coon and train with our frozen coon. I ran a drag with a big ass fucking frozen coon, throwed it up in the tree, ran a drag for her, cut her loose. She goes out there, she gets up on a tree, fixing to start treeing. The coon fell out of the tree and fucking smoked her ass right on top of the head. But you're talking about like a 35-pound frozen coon. It about fucking knocked her freaking brains out. And from that time forward, it was just dead all the way until we got that cage. Though that was after that you had already gotten her, because, dude, we couldn't trap a fucking thing, man. I think we only ever had 2 cage coons, I think, over there, and the one we had when
we put it in the trunk.
No, we only had a few. We had a couple.
We only had
about 3 in the
trunk of the car.
that's the one. Yeah, that's the one that ended up Dixie ended up getting on, and she started barking, and we ran up and down a drive and did all that whole shit with it. And I tell you what, it was like a day after I had given her to you, but it was just like, you gave me the dog, I'll give you a dog back. Why not just give you back the blue dog? You didn't want the Walker dogs. And I had Daisy and Duke and Copper and Hazard. And then Daisy and Dixie. So I gave you back Dixie. Went with the Walker dog stuff.
See,
there it goes.
The couple things that I regret is like with Tank. If I wouldn't have sold him to Nate that night, I feel like me clubbing him in the head when he tried to eat me up after he ate Bo up on the tree. I feel like I fixed that aggression because they said he wasn't mean at all. Son, I'm telling you what.
I can't tell you. I didn't want nothing to do with that Tank dog. I don't care if he's a world champ or not.
He almost killed Bo. Straight up. Right back in the woods. And I went up there to get him off, dude, and he turned on me, and I hit him with that big club, the Tank stick, and bounced his head off the ground. I hit him so hard, knocked him out, and then he woke back up. Like, I literally knocked him out for about 2 seconds. Like, he went down, stumbled, passed out, kind of, jumped back up. Didn't try eating me up no more, nothing. But I was like, I ain't having a mean dog. And that's when I told Nate, if you want him, I want him treeing. You got till tonight to come get him, or I'm putting a bullet in his head, because I'm not having a dog out here biting people. I feel like if I would have not sold him to Nate and kept him, I think when I hit him with that club that night, I think I broke him of that aggression because they said they never had a problem with it. But I told him he was
That's
mean
a
as
damn
fuck.
lie. That was a damn lie. I've gotten dogs off the tree that ate everybody up that they came across. Didn't bite me. I have taken dogs that were known for eating people up. Never bit me, never growled at me, never turned a mean face to me, nothing. The only coon dog that has ever tried to bite me ever was Tank. That's the only
He was
coon dog that has
aggressive,
ever
dude.
tried to bite me. And I, as soon as he tried that, I said I never did nothing else with him. I didn't even nothing else with him. I think the only other thing that I did with him was helped you dump the cage on him the one time in the yard. And after that, that was before he even tried to bite me, I think. Because that was before he even tried to bite me. After he tried to bite me, nope, I don't care what you are, because you ain't nothing but a
That's
people
pretty
biter.
much how I was because he
Yeah.
ate Bo up and then he quit and went back to treeing because Bo went around the other side. So then I went up to get Tank off because I was like, motherfucker, you ain't eating him up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And as soon as I got about within arm's reach, dude, he turned around, dude, and tried to lay into me. And he was a big dog, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't having, dude. I cracked him with that club so fucking quick and hard. And I knew it. I was like, so I told Nate, you got till tonight or I'm putting a bullet in his head. Nate came and got him. I think Nate gave me like $250 for him. And that was that. And then I'm trying to remember when it was that Anthony told me that he sold for 15 grand down south. And I'm like, no shit. But then I was like, people talk shit. I'm going to look into it. And that's what I did. And I hunted it down and I hunted down the guy that bought Tank and paid 15 grand for him and the guy that worlded him and all that. And if you look on the UKC shit,
Well,
you
see,
can find him right on there. He's the Tank dog that came from Tennessee. That's where he ended up at. And then
so if you remember, Nate's whole thing was running dogs for people and getting them going, and he'd ride around with 5 or 6 dogs.
Yep.
People were paying him to hunt, and he'd run them from sundown to sun up every night, and then give them back to the people going. And there's no doubt that he sold that dog to somebody. And
well, Nate sold him for $5 grand because I talked to Nate like last year.
Yeah.
Nate sold him for 5. The dude that bought him for 5 took him to the world hunt and won and sold him for 15 grand like the same night. And that's when Anthony was like, that old fucking Walker dog of yours is making his rounds. And then I was like, man, I want to know. I want to know where he went. I want to see if I can get some of his pups. And that's when I did all the fucking footwork. And dude, I scrolled through that fucking list of UKC and AKC championship dogs for fucking hours. And trying to find it. And I got it on my old phone. I got it on that video on YouTube, his ticket that has all of his info and shit. And then I posted it on Facebook trying to figure out what happened to him or if somebody has some of his blood. Because I ain't been able to find a Walker dog that looked like that dog ever again. How his head was brown.
Yeah, he was a very pretty looking dog. He looked more like a foxhound type, like a light brown.
I'll take an ugly dog over a mean dog any day of the week.
Yeah, dude, that's my whole gig on that. Like as bad off as Hazard was, never ever tried to bite me, not even one time, dude. Not even once. And I was like, that's a miracle, dude. But
I'll say this. Bo got me one time, and it was to Ann. It was at the house on Coon Hill. I don't know what she did, but he put her in check. He didn't go crazy. He just real quick and then stopped. But that was the only time I ever seen Bo do that. And they were treed together. It's when I was getting her treeing, and I feel like he was just checking her for something. But I was like, oh, that's going to be an issue. That's actually, now I remember. That's why I got rid of Ann, because I was like, I don't know if they're going to be able to hunt good together. I never dealt with it again, you know what I'm saying? But That is the only time Bo ever did some shit like that. But I won't put up with it, any type of aggression in a dog. I'll just shoot them too, so I don't sell somebody a dog and eat them up.
I thought I remembered which two dogs were fighting in the back seat, but I don't think I know which dogs it was. I'm almost 90% sure that it was Racket. Racket was one of the dogs. The other dog, I don't know.
See,
I don't even know what dog it could have been.
Remember when your truck caught on fire and Hazard was stuck in it? We had to get you out.
Yeah. Was it? No, we never. Racket and Hazard never ran together.
Hazard. You got Hazard like right before I got.
I know Hazard. There was two dogs. It was Hazard and Dixie that we had with us, right? Or was it Hazard and Tank? I don't even know, because you never even had Tank when I had Hazard.
I know that it was Bo. No, it was Racket. Fuck, I don't remember, dude. It might have been Racket.
You know what? You know what? It was Bo.
I'm pretty sure it was Bo, because I remember Bo was laying on the floor, and the other dog jumped down there and started eating him up over something on the floor.
No, because we were in a single cab truck, and they were riding in the truck with us.
No, we were in, what I'm talking about is when we were in Haley's purple Plymouth Breeze, and they were in the back seat, and we turned. You know how Dunn Road turns, then you come up on the campground, that turn right there where you turn left, we were turning right to go back home, and we slid in that fucking ditch right there. Your truck, we just had, the night that your truck caught on fire, we only had Hazard.
I'm thinking about when the coyotes chased, it was Dixie and Hazard, right? They chased them out of the woods because there's so many of them. Yeah. No, because
I know that we had just
I'm like 99% sure that Bo and Hazard weren't even on our yard at the same time.
I don't know, dude. I feel like
they weren't, because
no, it was Racket.
It
was Racket because we got Racket when we had the purple car, because that's when Racket ran out on Portage Lake on me and Haley. And
I still don't think that it was Hazard, though, because we had quit hunting together after I got Hazard, like within a week.
I don't know, dude. I just remember getting into it and we got stuck because of it. Because we were trying to reach back and grab them and break them up. I remember when
was it Racket and Bo? Did you ever have those two dogs at the same time?
No.
Racket and Tank, or Bo and Tank? It was Bo and Tank. I
know it was a Walker dog.
Yeah, it was Bo and Tank. It was Bo and Tank, because I was running with that Tank dog and Bo until that Tank dog got mean. See, and it was Tank and Bo.
Do you remember, though, when we went in your red truck and pulled into the Dunn Road pull-off and got out and was getting everything around and getting ready to cut your dog, and your fucking truck lit on fire?
We were getting back in because...
Getting back in it, yep.
And we were getting back in it. It wouldn't start, and I kept starting, and it caught on fire. And then we jumped out, and like the fucking dog's in there, and you're like, "Get the dog!" I'm like, "That dog can burn up, dude. I'm not going over there." And you fucking go over there and open the door and let the dog out.
Yeah, but it was me, you, and Dusty that night.
Was it all three of us?
Yep. Because Dusty opened the door on fire.
Oh, was it Dusty?
I think it was.
I know somebody did. I know it wasn't me.
You have to get him in here too, because Dusty don't forget shit, and he remembers every night that we got lost and separated from Dusty and shit, and had to have Booger beep.
Dude, that was the worst fucking night ever, dude.
The best shit the funnest shit to do coon hunting is trespassing, though. I will say that. There ain't no more.
You can't even. We got cut off on legal property. Where we went after that, I don't know.
So we was
I couldn't even tell you how far we went, dude. There was so much snow, man.
The problem is half the shit you go hunt with Booger, he just bullshitting saying he had permission anyway.
I don't know. I'm just doing what my uncle told me to do, man. He said, "Cut the dogs over here."
That one spot.
You remember when we cut fucking Bo? Remember when we got, who was it? Bo and Ann, or Bo and Dixie? We cut them out of the truck. Fucking Bo goes 2 feet skunk.
I do
fucking remember. You remember that? Oh my
remember
god!
Mamaw telling me how to get the stink off him and shit.
Yeah, we had him in the Blazer. We had to ride all the way back from like Napoleon or something.
Remember when I got Racket and we dropped him and he treed that coon in that river and I passed out?
Racket. Oh, from it being cold?
No, remember when we drove all the way to Brown City? On the way back, we stopped to see if he would hunt. We cut him out over on some shit that Booger knew, and he ran down the edge of the river and treed in that like big den hole thing. And I got all excited because he had the meat, and I fucking passed out and fucking.
When you cut him, he was You're talking about when he was in the river barking at the water, and then when we were walking him out, he fucking pulled over and onto that freaking pile. And then I'm like, that coon was all the way back in there. You can see the eyes on that pile of frozen shit, and freaking. You had to dig that fucking coon out of there. That Racket dog was something else. I think that dog could have been okay.
I tried every. Haley got so mad at me one night because I shot 2 coons out alive on him. But I honestly, to be completely honest, I was like, I'm so sick of this fucking dog, dude. I don't know what to do. And he treed. And I said, well, you're going to earn it. I fucking shot them both down. And they come down. I let him fight with the one. And then he ran over to the other one, let him fight with it. I shot the one. He was like, yeah. And I'm like, man, that dog, I'm so sick of this fucking dog. I don't know what to do.
I couldn't even tell you. He was doing one of 2 things. He was running tracks backwards till they got so cold he couldn't follow them.
You know what I think he was doing?
Or he was getting so close to the hot scent that he's barking like it's there, but it's really up there. And I know you were saying hunting him downwind and all that, but it's seen enough of the ground barking shit out of him. And I waited on him. I waited on that dog because I bought him off of you. I put him in the woods and he started ground barking it, and I waited on him, and he did make it to a tree. And the only thing I knew, I was like, well, he's been 45 feet away from this tree for 4 hours. There ain't no way that there's a coon in that tree, even because it's taking him so long just to move that distance. And it's like, well, you don't let it get away, bud.
I started thinking I think that motherfucker was running field mice or moles or something.
That's a fucking thing, dude.
You know how them little field mice run up the trees and down and around and all over the ground and at nighttime?
Yep.
That's what I started kind of like, man, maybe that's what he's doing. Because he wasn't running rabbits. It's plain as day when a dog runs rabbits.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's plain as day when a dog runs deer. It's the simplest shit to be able to tell. Then I got to think, I'm like, the way he roots the ground up and shit is like,
he's digging for mold or something. But I think he hits such a hot point in that track that he's thinking it's down. I don't know what the dog was doing. I don't. I ran him one night.
Dog do it, and I've never seen nobody ever ask about a dog ever doing nothing like that.
No, that's like one in a million things on that dog. I only owned him for a fucking day. I only owned that dog for a day. He was bad off.
He would fucking Me Too the shit out of some shit, but he was fucking broke.
Buddy, you thought, like, you cut him loose with another dog and you thought, dude, he's got it going on, bro. He's all together. You cut him by himself. Holy shit.
I see a lot of that, though.
I only owned that dog for a day, I think.
Haley
I
went and
hunted
got
him
him
one
from the
night.
shelter.
Oh,
Haley
really?
ended up owning him when we weren't together because she went and adopted him.
Must have had a. Well, came from Sammy, and they must have did some ground barking for them. I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up in the shelter, and Haley ended up getting him. And I said, "Why the fuck would you get that dumb?" Yeah. See, and that's like certain dogs that have most issues. That dog, you couldn't fucking figure it out, dude. And I got to thinking, and the more I've thought about it, I'm like, man, what if he was running them little fucking field mice? Because if you think about his movement on the ground and the way that he would like go up a tree and back down and around, and the way he would do what he was doing.
Oh, like real tight circles and stuff. No, I had a dog that did that. I had a dog I caught treeing mice. And it was Hazard. And it was fucking Hazard.
Because beagles, if they're running a rabbit and one of them things come, they'll like chomp it.
Wow.
They might fucking run around and carry it in their mouth until they jump a rabbit. But I've learned kind of the patterns that they'll make because like puppies are curious, when they're little puppies, they'll kind of track them. And I'm like, man, that almost looks like that fucking what that racket dog used to do. And I've just, over the years, I'm like, I really think that's what that dumb motherfucker was doing, was running field mice.
He could have been, but like, Hazard was doing that. But what Hazard was doing, so when I first got Hazard, I'd cut him loose and he would tree. He never had it, ever. And I'm talking like 120 trees, fucking 6 months later, cut it. Like, I hunted that dog every fucking day, year round, for over a year and a half. And he didn't even tree a coon for like the first 9 months or some shit. He was always slick, no matter fucking what, dude. Like, I could not get that dog to not be slick ever.
See, that's what sucked about Bo.
And then one night, I fucking was, I'm like, I gotta stay on it. I started just following him, right? I just stay right on his heels, 20, 30 feet behind him. I'm running through the woods, chasing after him. Just, I want to see what the fuck you're putting up this tree. And as soon as he treed up and there went a little mouse, I said, you son of a bitch, dude. And he got himself a little fucking correction on that. And after that, the slick train started fading out on him and he started coming up with the coon more and more and more and more.
And that's what I learned throughout the years too, and that's why I did the video on buying a hand-me-down dog and explaining what to look for, like somebody just wanting to put it from a box to a box and shit like that. Because me and Haley, who was with us when we drove like 3 hours to go get them fucking champion walker dogs or whatever, and them dudes, me and Dusty almost beat them up in the woods and shit. We drove 3.5 hours away. I drove 2 vehicles. I was trading a 2500 HD for this walker dog. It was supposed to be 2 walker dogs, but these competition dogs supposed to be badass dogs. The one dog was good. The one dog was trash. Well, that's why I did like them videos, because I've learned who to buy from and who not to deal with just by certain signs. We drove 2 vehicles to 3 rivers to go trade these big name comp hunters, really well-known comp hunters. I'm not going to mention
a really well-known comp hunter wouldn't get rid of a dog unless it was junk.
Exactly.
I'll tell you that.
The one dog was good. Well, I was supposed to be trading my flatbed Chevy 6.0 for the 2 dogs, a dog box, a coon light, and a 22, I think. So I paid the gas out like $300. It was like $200 for us to drive. Me, Haley, Dusty, I think that was it, and probably Violet, all rode to 3 rivers. Get there, these dudes are acting funny as shit, man. And I'm like, "Where's the dog?" "Oh, they're already in the box." I'm like, "Well, I want to see the dog. I want to match them up to these pictures you sent me and shit." Get them out. It's the dogs. Get over to their spot. They dropped the dogs, and I think it was the female that was good, or was it the male that was good? Anyway, whatever dog was good went and treed. looked like shit. Both dogs looked like absolute ass that night. And that one treed a possum. And this is when I learned how people are, man. Me and Dusty almost beat these motherfuckers up in the woods, dude, because they started beating the ever-loving fuck out of this dog over treeing a possum. And I mean bad beating it. To the point where I was like, hey, man, I ain't taking that dog, but you're going to quit beating that fucking dog. I don't want nothing to do with it. Get back. They're still trying to make a deal. They're like, well, we'll just trade you one dog for it. And this, I said, man, I ain't doing nothing. Thanks for wasting my time. And that racket dog was a learning experience for me. I took that guy's word for it. I traded him a fucking almost $1,000 bow for that dog. He sent me all them videos of that dog doing this and doing that. And I believed him. And if he would have been honest with me, I still probably would have traded. But I would have known ahead of time what to expect. Just like them boys with that dog tree and possums. If they would have been honest with me, I might have still worked something out with them, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I ended up doing a video about buying a hand-me-down dog and what to look for. Tess, when I got Tess, the girls were with me. He just like took her out, threw her in a dog box real quick. Like, and I was like, so I pulled her out for a hot second, or had him pull her out so I could look at her actually. He was like, yeah, she's just nervous from being in the box, getting rattled around. And I'm like, yeah, that's when I learned if somebody basically just wants to go from dog box to dog box, not fuck with it. Racket, that dog in general, fuck, we drove in the middle. Remember we drove in the middle of a blizzard?
Yeah, 3-something hours away. Let me go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. Well, hey, my phone's on 3%. And my charger's broken. I got to charge it in my car.
All right. Well, we'll probably, you can end this if you want to. You can call me.
All right, buddy.
All right. Love you.
Love it. I don't even know.